Okay, because think about
Good
it.
morning, good
Every single
afternoon,
decision you ever made.
good evening, wherever you may be. I'm your humble host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I hit the button by accident, and here we are live. I was still trying to get my proverbial stuff together. Hang on. Uh, the stand on the back of my cell phone, I have to. There we go. Woo-hoo-hoo! Whoopee. So happy belated Thanksgiving. This is officially Monday now on the East Coast. And so it's Cyber Monday. Um, and since I had such a rocky beginning, I want to greet you. I greet you always with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I do continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many, many, many blessings from the universe. Hey, Kimasabi, and hey, Miss Chloe. Yeah, I figured out what I was supposed to talk about. Emotionally, you know. So, emotional transition. Now, what in the devil could I possibly be thinking about that? Well, in watching all the videos that I do and keeping, trying to keep abreast of situations and things and trends and so forth. Um, One of the things that keeps popping up here recently, I will take my glasses off until further notice. um, but one of the things that I have noticed here is that there are several folkses on channels and things who are predicting. Let's see, how do I put this? Large events to come up soon. I appreciate you and your time more than I could ever express. Oh, you're welcome, and I appreciate your time too, Chloe. Honestly, I do. And all y'all's time that that come here and spend time. Don't worry. No, I don't know when the conversation is going to be like. Okay. So name dropping, Cliff High and some of the other folks who do remote viewings and things have been predicting here in the very near future that there's going to be some kind of large event, some kind of something, and a lot of folks think it's going to be um, with the digital currency and so forth, and that's headed our direction, and social scores and things and stuff, and that's all headed our direction. A whole lot more than I thought might take place now. I mean, like, okay, well, some of this stuff might happen in a couple of years. Well, guess what? It's happening a whole lot sooner than a couple of years. So there are things over in Germany and over in Europe that are snowballing rather quickly as far as digital currency and stuff like that. So, but with whatever it is that seems to be this big thing that's going to happen in the near future, like within a couple of months near future kind of thing, and all the signs are pointing towards it and everything, and I'm like, okay, I don't necessarily have any personally, I don't have any feelings about that particular. Is something coming? Yeah, something's been coming for a while, and I've been telling folks to hunker down. Hey, Witch Moon, you're awake. Oh my goodness gracious. How are you, dear? Man-made 2030. Man-made 2030. Man-made 2030. Okay. But there are too many of us who, because we're a different kind of awoke, that 2030 might be further down the road, because they missed this last one with all of the the flu stuff. They missed it. I'm hanging, Witch Moon. I'm hanging. I'm still here. I'm still breathing. I'm hanging. you know and that's one of the things, is like, for me, y'all know I'm 71 and well, and a half. But the idea that, so in many of the things that have happened in my lifetime, cosmic awakening, that, oh, you realize that, wait a minute, where's building 7? What happened to building 10? What? Well, never mind. Well, what happened? Oswald was a single gunman. Really? Really, that you're still on that? Sirhan killed, shot, uh, the Kennedy's brother, Robert, but wait a minute, even his son doesn't believe that. Well, and then this, there are certain things in our history, and those things, were like when I saw Oswald get shot by Jack Ruby. There are certain things that stick in your brain, and then people try to tell you something. It's like, people said, well, Ruby had a right to shoot Oswald. Oswald was guilty, but no, he wasn't. He was guilty of being in the wrong place. But to my point, though, there are people who, after 50, 60 years now, 60 years it is this year, I think. Yeah, 60 years from JFK's assassination, that there are people who are going, wait a minute, what? So they have realized that somewhere along the line that maybe they've been lied to, and maybe that what? I didn't know that. Well, yeah, this is public information. What? You mean, wait a minute, you mean Oswald probably didn't shoot Kennedy? That's probably right, Wait a minute, you mean all these people after all these years came out and told the truth and said these things, and that, oh my God, you mean Kennedy was shot by somebody, and you mean Oswald wasn't even you mean what? Hang on, wait, hang on, wait a minute. So I bring up that because it's an anniversary, right? But that people who realize after all these many years, old folk like me, and then there are folks who are half as old as I am, who weren't alive during that time, who have just listened to of all the 71-year-olds I've known in my life. I'm the coolest. Well, thank you. No, he struck off to the island, when dead celebrities. Who was hiding from the mafia? But anyway, but here's my point about that. That is just an example. So people who have come to grips with, wait a minute, maybe, Kennedy was shot by somebody else, or by more than one person, or there was a person on the grassy knoll, but the point that, wait a minute, I never thought about that magic bullet that doesn't have a scar on it. Let me think about this, and how it went through, John Connolly, and through the seat and back around and came back up, and then went through his arm and his wrist, and then, but there ain't a mark on it, And how could that possibly, you know, so there are things that those of us who lived through the Warren Commission back in the day, we knew something was fishy. I never believed these people. So, but there are people who accepted the Warren Commission, is my point. And so, for those folks who believed the story, there are folks now who are listening to the news who believe the story, you know, and when they believe the story that's being told, when they, if at some point they realize, wait a minute, they lied to me about that. They lied to all of us about that. Remember that thing 2 years ago where we had to wear masks and all that? And now, after all this time, there has been information that comes out and it's like, wait a minute, that was mostly, a bunch of hooey, you know? So people believed it and people did. And then now there are folks that are going, wait a minute, you lied to us? So the cosmic thinking is that these things are supposed to be true. And then when you realize that, wait a minute, that's not true, or maybe the opposite was true, the emotional things that you went through during those times, like for us, we saw we saw the president get killed, and we saw Jack Ruby get murdered, basically on live TV. We saw these things in person. Like now, there's so many things that you can watch live in color, people being killed and murdered and blown up, and live and in color. So you are getting these things from the universe. Are they true? Well, if you watch them live, then that's probably true. So those folks who are trying to pluck at your heartstrings have sent an emotional vibration through you. Okay. So now you have to cogitate, or most people do. What was that emotion? I saw dead people on the TV. I saw folks getting shot and dropped to the street, and they were murdered live and on, they were being videotaped, and that's emotional, very emotional. And no matter how much you would try to ignore it. But now what has happened over the many years is because you see people getting murdered in real time, people's emotions have been kind of cut off from what's actually happening. Oh, did you see them people get murdered? Yeah. Did you see that video? Hey, let me show it to you. And so now the person who saw it first is going to relive it again to show it to their buddy. And then they get to watch it. And so, wow, did you see that, man? They got mowed down right there in the middle of the street. And did you see that? He was shooting his firing the gun. And did you see that explosion? And people's was being flown everywhere. And yeah. So those people have been cosmically disassociated from the murdering. And because of all these first person shooter things, there are folks that go out there and shoot other people. Well, it's just a video game. Yeah, but they're shooting other people. They're not shooting aliens, and they're not shooting, they're shooting other people. It's a war, I would escape that way very high problem. It fits in a lot of ways. Is it my opinion that you're asking? CIA did it. And but probably a couple of mob people in there too. His death because the mafia was really tied in the government at the time. JFK was about to expose some stuff that the mafia didn't like because it would have taken the mafia to prison. It wasn't about the mafia, Chloe. It really wasn't. If you, I've been watching The Dark Journalist for a long time, and here's one of the things that is one of those cosmic things. JFK was murdered because he knew too much about space aliens. As much as we would like really not to believe that, and that it was the mafia instead, because that seems to be more down to earth, literally. That's really not why he got assassinated. He made a film and it showed that JFK was never actually shot. It shows that it's a fake bullet that they use for movies, and he shows like the scientific stuff about it and everything. He said he faked. The Zapruder film was edited and stuff, but JFK was killed that day. That was not a joke. And there have been a lot of fake stuff that have come up after it, but they blew the front of his head off and it came out the back. And there was a bullet hole in the front windshield of the vehicle, and that was the one that took his but that was the final shot. But when Jacqueline jumped up on the trunk and looking for parts of his brain, and hey Amber, how you doing? The mafia planned casinos in Cuba, pissed them off, so they helped the CIA co-op. There were mafia folks that helped, but it was not about that. It wasn't about Cuba. It really wasn't. It was about the fact that JFK was fixing to, he was going to open up about space aliens and stuff. And they took him out. They said, no. You can't be talking about that stuff. But when he said, we will go to the moon in this decade and all that kind of stuff, they were people, but that was one of the things that was like, holy shit, no, we ain't going to the, holy crap. All right. But anyway, so it was the aerospace industry and the folks through Project Paperclip, okay, meaning some of them Nazi folk, did not want him to divulge what they were doing, okay, through the JPL and Parsons and all that kind of stuff. But, I've listened to, The Dark Journalist now for quite a few years, and to hours and hours and hours of his discussion. And there's too much proof that says that was one of the big reasons why he got murdered. Okay. And it was mostly the CIA who put it in there. It was right when he posted sign something. I missed it. Yeah, whatever's wrong, Amber. Hope things are getting better. But anyway, so the thinking thing. So the JFK thing is just an example of what I'd be talking about. So there might be folks, that are my age who go, well, I didn't know that, well, are you sure about that? And go, yeah, this public knowledge, they hid it for so many years, but yeah, it's public knowledge. And well, what about this? So, for folks my age who there are things in history, in our history, since I was born, that they have fudged on, right? They ain't told us the truth. And so, but all of a sudden now, as things come out and as things are like, wait a minute, you mean that actually is true? Well, they've been telling us it's a conspiracy theory. Well, but wait a minute, you mean that mess is actually true? Oh, whatever it is that they've been lying to us about. Like 2 years ago, how we were all going to die from, and how this was bad and that was bad, and how, wait a minute, how Biden was the good guy and Trump was the bad. Now people are going, wait a minute, we were sold a, a bill of goods. Wait a minute, hang on here. Wait a minute. Um, and other things. But so in this, when you seem to realize the truth or you find something, you go, wait a minute, they lied to us. Or somebody lied to me. And I go, well, wait a minute. So after you find out that it was a lie, whatever the subject is, okay? So when you find out that it was a lie, you go, wait a minute. So you had an emotion because of what was told you the first time that ended up being a lie. So now here was your emotion at the beginning where the story begins. So here's my story, beginning of my emotion at the story beginning. So by the end of the story, my emotion has changed because I've read the story. I've become involved in it. I've listened, I've read, and so, it's the story of Old Yeller, where it's a nice dog and everything. And then the dog gets bit, gets rabies, and they have to put the dog down by the end of the book, and everything's saddened and all this. So you have this joy in the beginning and sadness at the end. Old Yeller. So your emotions are high and then they get taken through, and then, he gets this thing, dies, so Old Yeller. It's a book, right? Had to read it back when I was in school, long time ago. But to my point, though, so your emotions start here, and by the end of the book, they're down here. Well, so now we're being fed things, stories that are on the news, and there are pictures that go along with them. But, the way they can fake pictures these days, beware. Oh, that's a picture of something, something. Is it really? Well, they said it was. Yeah, they said it was. But is it actually that a picture of that particular thing? Well, I don't know. Well, check the date stamp, check other things, but the news says it's real. The news says the pictures are true, and there are many of us that know that there have been people who've been standing in front of a green screen for a long time, and they're talking about storms, and they got a fan on them, and they ain't on location worth nothing. We've been lied to about some of these people, okay, and where they've been and stuff. So my point is nowadays it's so much easier to fake the truth, right, or embellish on the truth, if it's even true. So by doing these things, and it raises our emotions up, and then you find out later on, well, wait a minute, that person was standing in front of a green screen. Wait a minute. I thought this person was like in danger, Well, I'm glad he wasn't in danger, and I'm glad he's safe. But to the point, though, you lied to me about that he was in danger. And you got my emotions up, and I'm praying for the dude. Come to find out he's in the studio in front of a green screen, right? So now you're kind of pissed if you find out. But for the people who never found out that he was standing in front of a green screen, they're still, oh, did you see that weatherman? He almost got clobbered during the hurricane. And other people are talking about it, and they're sipping coffee and talking about how the weatherman almost got clobbered. And then there are the other people are going, that sumbitch lied to all of them, and there's a little old lady down the road that swears up and down, that he was going to die in that hurricane when actually he was still in the studio. So our emotions are played with in a lot of ways, okay? And those folks who manipulate the news, and they do, they will get your emotions up, and they build on those emotions. And for those people who, I was listening to one of these guys the other day, Scarborough or somebody, and he was on this thing about Trump. and that he was vile and nasty. And, and in the next segment, they were getting onto Trump for using the word vermin, and this other guy used 6 or 7, vile, deplorable, he just kept on hammering Trump, right? With all these vile words that he was using. But then when it came up later on, a few minutes later, oh, we can't believe Trump used the word vermin. Yeah, but you just used 10 words to describe how this guy is. So shouldn't you, the commentator, the supposed news person, be condemned for using all of those vile names against the ex-president of the United States? Whether you like him or not, should you be using that vernacular? Should you be using all of those words? Shouldn't you be setting an example? And then in the next segment, you jump on Trump's ass for using the word vermin, when actually you people are vermin, that do these sorts of things. Look up the word vermin. You just made yourself a vermin by the things you just said in the previous segment on your own NBC news program. But they take your emotions and play with them and bring them up or piss you off or make you sad or whatever it is. But they tinker and toy with our emotions, not just yours, but our emotions. And so it messes with our critical thinking because our emotions are involved. So we can't think logically about what this guy's talking about because he keeps hammering these particular things. He's vile, he's nasty, he's the thing, he's the, and I was like, and he kept on doing it. And I was like, wait a minute, I don't think Trump is like my best friend, but you're being, I wouldn't even do that to Biden, but even though Biden is vile and nasty and sniffs little children and wishes they were 21, and that last little thing with him in the microphone, and how old are you and where do you live and what are you, and oh my God, this 9-year-old kid, I think the man should be put in prison for his pedophilia thoughts, and God knows what he's actually done, right? But so, hey, Mark, how are you? And Amber, always good to see. And Barry, I think I said hi. Poor little boy forgot his name. I can only see like this much of the chat room. So, but anyway, so with this emotionalness that whatever is coming out, so the war in Israel and everything, and that finally they started passing prisoners back and forth. That's a good thing. I don't want to make light of that. It's a good thing. And there's a ceasefire at the moment. That's a good thing. They don't have to undo the ceasefire. They can keep the ceasefire going. It's called peace, okay? But everybody's emotions up to this point have been razor sharp and, and violence over the peace negotiations, for crying out loud, right? Palestinian protesters who aren't even Palestinian, but, are decrying, from the river to the sea kind of thing, So, but this idea that hang on a dang minute. So emotions brought up, the great cosmic, whatever it is trying to push these things. Now, the fake cosmic, okay, I'm going to say that. The fake cosmic, blah, blah, yada, yada. is trying to, it's World War III, it's Armageddon, because there are those folks who want Armageddon to happen. They want our emotions to be so high up the scale that it destroys our critical thinking. We can't think straight. And we're not going to think straight. Why? Because our emotional level has got all of our tinkerings on the inside of us all screwed up. I'm all screwed up. Yeah, hey, I'm all screwed up. We got a 20 coming up here, and I'm not ready. So, but anyway, so my dear friends, there are all of these things, and these are examples of what I wanted to actually talk about. I say what I actually want to talk about. These are things that I actually want to talk about because it's how whoever they are that are stealing our emotions, whoever they are, whether you want to, it's the Khazarians or the CIA or whoever you think is trying to manipulate our emotional thoughts. Okay. Because our emotional thoughts are not the same as our critical thinking. Because if we're doing a math problem, we don't necessarily get emotional about it unless you can't figure this some bitch out. Then you get what is E equals MC squared? Oh, son of a bitch. Well, how does that go? 1 + 1 is equal to 5. Son of a bitch. So you don't get emotional over a math problem unless you can't solve it. You know what I mean? The devil has many faces. And Amber, that's sort of one of the things that it is sort of on the table. What if, in this cosmic understanding of things, what if there was actually not a devil? What if, in the cosmic Akashic record, you found out, or we found out, that the devil was a construct? They constructed the devil to keep folks in line. What if? Now, I believe in that there are evil spirits, that there are evil entities. But in these last 10 years, I have questioned whether or not there is actually a devil. Okay. All right. That yes to evil spirits, yes to evil beings, yes to, yes to evil thoughts, yes to evil. But is there actually an entity that is the devil? Did Christianity invent the devil? Okay. So now this is one of those things that in the cosmic understanding of stuff, that might be something that you and other people might have to, hey, B. Freeman, how are you? Might have to come to grips with and go, wait a minute. You mean 2,000 years ago when they were writing the Bible and stuff and coming, you mean they actually made up the devil? Yeah, well, there's evil spirits and all that and bad people and all this, but yeah, we kind of made up the devil. Yeah, we kind of made it up. Well, wait, whoa, holy shit, what are you talking about? So the last 2,000 years, Christians and all other people, we've all been believing that there was a devil. Yeah, well, there actually isn't a devil. What? So in this understanding of stuff, there are going to be people who are going to be emotionally charged because all of their lives, and this could be plural, right? That the devil existed and does exist and has existed and will continue to exist. But what if the devil was created and that we, as human beings, make the devil real because we have been told he's real or it's real? Is it a he? You've never seen the devil as a woman. They have put women in a lot of different roles, but I've not seen anybody put a woman in as the devil. Just saying. Is that the next role that they're going to be? Well, everybody has to be equal. Everybody's got to have equal opportunity. Well, then make the devil, the next time you make a movie, then the devil as a woman with huge babongas, you know. Um, I'm sorry, I was thinking of a manga thingy. But anyway, but in this cosmic reality of things, so there are things that, they keep trying to tell us that, there was the magic bullet with Kennedy. There was only Oswald involved. There was, these things that, um, RFK was shot from the front when actually he had several bullets, behind his ear and from his back. And there wasn't 7 shots, 5 shots fired. There was like 11, but most people did, well, he was, Sirhan killed him. Well, even his son doesn't believe that. And neither does any of the evidence prove that Sirhan killed RFK. There's just all of these are things that have been very large and political in our lifetime. Well, I say my lifetime, but it's in history. So, but history is a lie. History's a lie. What happened to Building 10 on 9/11 when it just, get out, it's fixing to fall. We still don't know anything about that. Right? Shh, quiet. The magic bullet has become a joke down through the years because we all know that the bullet that they claimed did all the damage to, Governor Connolly at the time is impossible. And there is even an interview of him saying there's no way that bullet did that to me. Okay. And so, but these are things that it's absolutely true. So our emotions are high on this topic. And the people who are absolutely convinced will fist fight you because that's how emotionally charged they are. Oswald did it. Don't you argue with me. Okay, calm down. There was the magic bullet, remember? Yeah, okay. In RFK, Sirhan was there with a gun and he shot him. Well, that's partially true, but that's not the whole truth. And then there are the other things and so forth. And, and those are just my examples. So, but from those 2 examples right there is so many lies and so many truths. Oh, I did miss it, didn't I? Thank you. Let's see if there's a hit in here. So there are so many truths that have been stretched, embellished, or otherwise, or just absolutely plain downright made up. Okay. Bottom of the bowl. About a year or so ago ish, was watching this video about JFK, and they had new information and this kind of thing. And they said that, that the limousine that JFK rode in was only a 2-seater. I was like, what? And so they were showing the Zapruder film and picking it up where Connolly in the middle seat had disappeared, okay, and that it only showed the front of the vehicle and the way it was cut, and that these people were absolutely convinced that Governor Connolly was not even in the vehicle, that the limousine that he rode in was only a 2-seater. Now, all you have to do is Google limousine JFK, and it shows 3 seats. But they were trying to convince people that the pictures of the 3 seats in the limousine was actually fake. Like the earth is round fake, these folks believed that the earth is flat, okay? And that JFK's car only had 2 seats in it. And that when one of them shows, I think it's the Secret Service turned in his seat, and that the Secret Service man killed JFK. Okay. But the deal was that because the shot came from the front. Well, now I will believe that, but I don't think the Secret Service guy in the front seat did it, because Jacqueline would have seen it. I mean, that would have been too obvious. But there are pictures of the limousine before they had it fixed, to where there is a bullet hole shown in the front windshield of JFK's limousine. How the Secret Service guy in the front seat didn't get hit is like amazing, but good shot. But to the point. So here's all this information. Now, if you're just coming to terms with, wait a minute, maybe these people are right. Maybe these testimonies of all of these people, that's not the conspiracy theory. The conspiracy theory, which is true, the conspiracy theory is the Warren Report, that they tried to get the United States and the world to believe that that's what actually happened, okay? So for 60 years, here's the truth, right? And now that people are looking at it going, 70% of people, they don't believe Oswald did act. They don't believe that he acted alone. Now, there are those folks like me. I don't think Oswald had anything to do with it at all. He was the patsy. And there were lots of other people involved, the CIA, for various reasons, including space aliens and things like that Jack Kennedy was going to bring out into the open. And they said, no, you're not. He wanted to go to the moon, but not with rockets. Kennedy wanted us to go to the moon with space alien technology. Now put that in your pipe and smoke it as I will. So enough of JFK. Let's kind of sort of move on. That's my example. All right. So everybody's, upset one way or the other. And well, wait a minute. You mean none of that was true? No, none of it was true. You mean the whole Warren Commission was a lie? Yeah. What? So now you have been thinking the Warren Commission and accepting the emotionalness of those events. Well, now that you have found out that the Warren Commission was a lie and that was the conspiracy, Now your thinking, your critical thinking has to catch, your emotions have to catch up with your thinking. Well, wait a minute. Now, how do I feel about this emotionally? I've been thinking, I've been cursing Oswald for the last 60 years. But you're telling me Oswald didn't have nothing? Nope. Oswald wasn't anywhere near the place, really. He was down there trying to catch a movie. He was in the lunchroom. He was, wait a minute, what testimony of people that were there? Wait a minute. You mean he really didn't? You mean? Hey, Alex, how are you? Yeah, JFK Jr. Oh, JFK Jr. is still alive. I'm about 50-50 on that one. I think it would have been a perfect way for him as a pilot and so forth, and the Bermuda Triangle and stuff, for them to have faked it. But anything after that is like, wouldn't somebody have seen him or something? But anyway, but maybe. And I think that he took himself out. If he is still alive, he took himself out of the picture because they were going to take him out. Okay. And if he isn't still alive, then they got to him. Okay. That's how that goes. He just didn't, there wasn't just an accident. Yeah, there was an accident. All right. Somebody went and blew his plane up. I would like to believe that he's still around. I would like to be that conspiracy theorist, but I just don't know, I don't know. Is it possible? Yeah, absolutely. I think that that's possible, that JFK Jr. could be alive. I do think that's possible. I do. It'd be, in this day and age, it'd be too easy to, mess around with a transponder, fake an explosion, or have an explosion, just fake that it was you. So I do think that JFK Jr. could absolutely be still alive. Could. Fingers crossed he still is, But so okay, take JFK Jr. We'll move this forward from his daddy. And I remember little John standing there with the little flag and everything. I watched that, during that weekend. Everything was you couldn't watch anything else. There weren't any commercials. It was only JFK 24/7 for from Friday to Monday. Okay. And we as little kids didn't really understand that because I was 10 or 11 at the time. And I was like, hey, is this all that's on? And who's the president? And why would, I'm just starting to dawn on some of this stuff. And then as I'm watching like the case on, and they're talking about what the funeral arrangements are going to be and where is it going to be buried. And this was like Saturday, Sunday into the time. And where's Arlington Cemetery? And we didn't have the internet back then. So all of these things were, well, let's look this up in our, honest to God, in our encyclopedias, and go over to the encyclopedias and look some of this stuff up. And, watching the funeral and the processions and everything was part of our homework because I was a Catholic, and Catholics had to know this kind of stuff. But it was also history. And also, there was nothing else on, which was a shame. But anyway, not necessarily shame. That came out wrong. But so we were, in it was shoved down our throat the everything that went on, and then they were trying to bring up Oswald and the gun and all of this over that weekend. They were trying to piece together things, and so. But anyway, so the RFK thing. So people's emotions got all over here about his death, right? And all them, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. And then there's the conspiracy theorist folks who started well, I knew right away if his jet exploded, it was not by accident. Okay. So I knew that as soon as I heard about it, I was like, well, they got him, just like they got his papa, they got him, you know. So, and I haven't really changed my mind about that one. Now, the thing that they may have planned it and so that he could get away kind of thing and be, incognito for until okie dokie, I could see it and would applaud them if they did. So, but there's an emotional part that goes to those people who believe that he's dead. And I'm just reserving my opinion before I say that. Is he dead? Well, not in the hearts of all the people, of all the Americans and folks that, well, I don't know if he's, if we, well, he's dead still, like, in our hearts and our spirit. And well, so, but is he alive really somewhere sitting on an island? I don't know. I really don't. Well, he could be, So, but if he really is alive, then the people who thought he was dead and those people who were like me are like, I'm not quite sure, maybe, we're going to have to come to grips with this new way of thinking. The emotional charge that we have or have had because of what we were told before, we have to update our emotional jargon. We have to go back down through the list and go, wow, you mean he really wasn't killed? Nope. You mean they made it up? Yeah. Well, so for every one of these steps, our emotions are going to have to catch up and keep up. You mean he's honest to God living on an island somewhere and he's not dead? Yeah, that's right. Wow, holy shit. So then you're going to sit and have to cogitate that. So if you're talking with somebody, you're going to hang up the phone, quit watching the video, and you're going to have to just kind of sit there and sip your coffee and smoke a cigarette and go, some bitch, he faked his death. Some bitch, he ain't really dead. So you have to catch up, right? So just like when you found out that his plane had been blown up, that they searched for wreckage, and that, so you had to go through each one of those emotional things when that story came out. So therefore, if you find out it's false or that there's some other truth in there, now your system, if you're any kind of a critical thinker, are going to have to update your emotions. Holy crap, he ain't dead. Or holy crap, they tried to take him out and he actually survived. Or oh, holy crap. You know what I mean? So hold that thought. I got to stand up a minute. Man, shame on me. I'm getting a pack of cigarettes. But so now, what has this got to do with cosmic stuff? Well, here's the thing. It's like I sort of touched on when I first came on, for those of you who might have started at the beginning. And it's like, we've been told that Christ was like this, and we've been told that the Bible is like this, and we've been told that this is like that. And we've been told, like, for example, I've often wondered if fallen angels, when I was, a youngin in the Catholic school, I thought fallen angels meant they fell defending God. Oh, no, 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 no. That's not right. What? No, the angels fell from the grace. They fell from grace. How frickin' Hillary just Hillary? Oh, Beef Raymond. Can I talk about Hillary for a minute? I can't put it anyway. So I'm not going to use her name many times, okay? And maybe I should call it Billary, okay? So if the algorithm listens to this, they'll go, who's that? Because I've had 5 videos deleted because AI found something in it that I said something about health, probably about, what happened 2 years ago. I can reference it, but I can't say it, right? So, but that year, when she was running for president, that year when they were at the memorial for 9/11, and she started having a breakdown, and they almost had to carry her to this van, and she broke down, fell, and they shoved her in this van and drove her to her daughter Chelsea's apartment there in New York City and got her in, right? Now, we found out later on, or during that time, that there was a medical facility on the ground floor of uh, that apartment, that they had whatever, oxygen and tanks and stuff. And there was actually a physician that was like on call at Chelsea's house, right? So now everybody was concerned about who. And a couple of hours later, out from the doors, clothes are changed and everything. And, here she is without her glasses on that are supposed to protect her with her blindness or something. Out she comes, all chipper, and comes down the stairs and talks to a little person on the sidewalk. And there's the new and improved Hillary. We have not seen the other one since that day. Now, I haven't heard anybody talk about it recently. Hey, Mark, how are you? Did I say hi? Friedman? Cheers and blessings, y'all. But recently, and I've been talking about this for years now, that ain't her. That is not the same woman that went in that building that day. The face is different. The cheekbones are different. How she smiles is different. There's a difference in her hairline. How her ears are not the same, you know. There is open earlobes like mine are, there's that open spot right there. And then there are the ones that are closed where there is actually the lobe is attached to the cheek, you know. So I'm watching this whatever program it was, and I'm going, that's not her. People don't know it, but they have been led to believe that these last few years Hillary was doing so bad they had to manhandle her to a van. And she came out, no, I'm all well, everything's good, blah, blah, blah. No, 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 no. That was not Hillary that came out of that building. And it hasn't been Hillary since that day. It's a stand-in that right after that, she like took this, you didn't see her for a long while. She would have the occasional, interview, but that was because the person who took over for her had to learn how to be her better. Okay. Now they've got her parading around and sitting with other folks. And wait a minute, this has been 5, 6, 7 years later. Where's the woman that had to wear them glasses? Where's the woman that had the stomach problem? Where's the woman that had to have somebody on each shoulder to carry her? Or where is her walker that she was using that day on 9/11? What happened to that woman? If you do just a little bit of research and you do a little bit of like, here is Hitlery before that 9/11, and here is Hitlery now, you'll just go, wait a minute, that's not the same person. The cheekbones are different. And her voice is slightly different. But she's had quite a few years now to practice. And that's why she's doing the circuit. Why didn't she do the circuit like she's doing now 5 years ago? Because she was still learning how to do it. And she was still recovering from some of the surgery that she had to make, because they thought the first Hitlery was actually going to get better. Well, the stand-in, I think the real Hitlery passed on. Okay. So the stand-in wasn't just a stand-in anymore. She had to become Hitlery. So, but I'm just a conspiracy theorist. But if you look at how old she is, because she's older than me, okay, and with her old age back on that 9/11 date when she was there and they had to take her out and win the van, that the person who was there that day was the true Hitlery. She's sick. She couldn't see. She had eye problems. She had other kind of problems. She was the original. Whoever this person is now, if it were the real Hitlery, they would have told us how she was cured. Okay. Oh, well, she doesn't have to wear those sunglasses anymore because she had this special treatment. No. But so my point about this is about Hitlery is that just ain't her. That ain't her. And every time they say, oh, well, Hitlery, blah, 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 and I go, that ain't her. But okay. And I even said, as Biden goes down, they're going to try to put her in. Be careful, but it ain't her. It ain't her. It ain't her. It ain't her. But they're going to try to put her in anyway. Okay. So I'm the conspiracy theorist about this. It's been a while since I've heard anybody else discuss this, although there were quite a few people at the time that said that ain't her. There were makeup artists and people in the business that said that ain't her. And I just, it doesn't do any good to talk about it. And if so, we might end up being dead. So, but anyway, and who am I? I don't know nothing, but yeah, I was in theater and I did makeup and yeah, and like that ain't her, you know. So can you get someone to jumpstart? You're at home. My mom had this car for 23 years and never one time has it done this to her yet. I'm sent it to me about 5 times this week. That's the way it was with my Mazda truck. It's a 98 model. And it didn't give me any trouble with starting until last year. And then I needed a new starter. I needed a new battery. But she'd been starting great since, but But anyway, so here's the thing. So this is an emotional thing. So all of the people who thought, that, oh, she was really sick but nobody has discussed how she's gotten so much better with the ailments that she had back in the day. Shouldn't she be sicker? Shouldn't she be dead from the ailments that she had back then? Okay. Just saying, go check. Who gives a shit, right? But so all of the people who are like, whoa, oh, that was, you know, whoever this is now, we accept that she's Hillary. But wait a minute. So what would the opposite of that be? You mean she's dead? You mean she's in a coma somewhere? You mean that's not really her? So emotional from one side, emotional to the other. So now you got to go, wait a minute. You mean the real Hillary died that day? And that this is a stand in? It's her cousin? Yeah. No shit. Yep. So the real one's gone? Yep. Has been. Really? Yep. No shit. Holy crap in a bag. So now you have to emotionally think about that cosmic, you know, those cosmic answers, the truth about things. Wait a minute, you mean she really did kick the bucket? Yeah, she really did. Honest to God. They should have had a eulogy for the lady, even though I didn't like her. But, these folks are trying to get me to believe that the person that's out there now is her. No, you will never get me to believe that's her. Never. You'll never get me to believe it. Okay. The rest of y'all, okay, it's open for discussion. And the fact that they're parading her around now is like, wait a minute, go back to when she got that 9/11 day and when they, look for the video where they were, dumped her into the van. If it's not been whitewashed, okay. If it's not been whitewashed, if you can find it. So it happens for a reason, need to be at home. Oh, y'all talking about something else. That's okay. But so anyway, that's another example. All right. And thank you, whoever brought that up about Hitlery. But that's something that had been stuck in my craw for a while. Well, what about this over here? Well, what about her? Ain't none of you noticed, she walks different and there's this, never mind, but let's get off of that fact. Okay. So our emotions have been established because of the thoughts that we have been given. So the news and current events and things in our lives, those are the things which set our emotions. Okay. I went over to a friend's house the other day and sat and played with his children. And, we were outside throwing frisbee and stuff, and they were playing with Duggar. And so my experience with these little kids, just absolutely, fills my heart with joy. So I'm on an emotional high because, I went over and sat and got a chance to be Uncle Dave with his young children, and we got to play in the yard and they got to play with Duggar and share Thanksgiving, although it was on Friday, but so the sharing of that set in emotional. So I feel really good. It was a good day. And, instead of feeling lonely or whatever, no, I got a chance to, they're not my grandchildren, but they're like my grandchildren. So emotionally I'm up and, and, and you can't really take that away because it actually happened, but it set those emotions that, what, didn't that feel good? And I miss my own grandchildren and so forth. But, so it was a good thing, and my emotions feel better before it. So, in the cosmic reality of things, like I'm thinking, oh, they're just like my grandkids. The honest, they're not my grandkids. They're not related to me at all. But I do get a chance to go over and pretend that I'm grandpa or pretend that I'm Uncle Dave, you know? So that cosmic reality is no. So my emotions are, wow, they're just like my grandkids and all that. No, reality sets in, and I have to think about this and go, no, remember, Hawkeye, they're not your kids, your grandkids. You're not related to them, but you can pretend. All right. So they're in the cosmic reality of things. This is how it is, even though they treat me like their grandfather or an uncle, a true uncle. Give me a hug, Mr. Dave. So, all right. So, but in understanding the difference between this is where my emotions are, and this is how it makes me feel, cosmic sense in and goes, they're not really yours now. Remember that. Remember that you're sharing, and they're not and you're not really their uncle. So just as long as you know this, and I do, but it's the feeling. It's been 1 hour and 11 minutes and 15 seconds. Anyway, one, a bunch of ones across there, Michelle. So, but anyway, so the reality, the the reality is going to dawn on some folks, as some of these folks have been talking about the big events that are going to be coming soon. Well, what are they? Well, some of these big events are going to be realizations of truths. Well, what do you mean? Well, but one of them might be, for example, that we made up the devil 2,000 years ago. There really isn't a devil. There are space aliens that look like the devil, and we tried to convince y'all that they were the devil, but actually there is no devil, and hell ain't what you think it is, because we made that part of the story up too. And you know that part of the story about this? Yeah, well, guess what? We made up some of that part too. What the fudge? You made up these? Wait a minute. So now, especially for religious folks, Christianity folks, you mean Jesus was a space alien? You mean Jesus was this? You mean something? Wait a minute. You mean John and Jean and Joseph and all them folks that hung around him? All that stuff you wrote about was made up? Yeah, well, we wrote it 300 years after the fact. Did any of y'all pay attention to that? But just say so. So here's what we have told you. Here are the stories that we have invented. Now, here is the real story of what happened. Here are the real scrolls. Here are the real, and you go, wait a minute. So, whatever the cosmic reality of things are that trickles down from the universe, people are going to have to sit on the porch in their rocking chair and chew their cuds on some of this stuff, because their critical thinking is going to have to think about this stuff, while their hearts and their emotions are going to have to catch up on a totally different level. Because, well, Jesus is Christ, and this is this, and that's that, and the blah. Yeah, but we fudged a lot of the stories. No, you didn't. Yeah, we did. It's like, for those of you who have watched Dante, a year or so or two ago, he was talking about, Christ and the cross and the crown of thorns. And he said the crown of thorns was actually a basket that they put on his head, because he was going down the street and they were joking and jeering and laughing at him, and, oh, look at you, you're the king of the Jews. Well, you should have a crown. And they didn't have anything, and they just put this basket on his head. Well, over time, they turned it into this crown of thorns with blood and all this kind of stuff, when actually he said it was nothing more than basically a basket. So, but is that the real story? You know, um, and Dante, apparently he's known of quite a few things about some of these things and has artifacts and stuff. So you go, well, wait a minute, you mean they actually didn't make a crown of thorns, and they stopped to do that kind of thing? And it was like, he was like, that's one of the things that they just have lied about. They have, they put a crown on him, um uh to mock him, right? And so here you go, they're going down the street, and you want to be king here, and you put this basket on his head. Now that came, Dante has told that story. And ever since then, I've been, there's so many details that have been embellished by these people. Okay. We got to make this, story so these folks will believe this shit 2,000 years from now, and we got to write this stuff down, and we, whoa, calm down over there. Calm down. Calm down. But I was Uncle Barry in the past. They're all adults now. Oh, wow. The two kids of my friends call me uncle. Yeah. Well, it's just easier than they also call me Mr. Dave too. But they were saying something because their real granddaddy was there the other day, and I said, well, I'm like your grandpa too, but you can call me Uncle Dave, you know. And they were like, oh, Mr. Dave, but as I was leaving, they all was like, Mr. Dave, give me a hug. And they all wanted to hug Duggar before we left the other day. But anyway, but so in this understanding of whatever it is that we've been told, okay, oh, you should have, oh, honey, listen. When I got there, they were all down in the shop area, and we had parked up on this hill. And we're walking out looking to see where everybody was, because we were late from what we were told to be there at 1, and it was about 1:30. And so get out, kind of looking around, where is everybody? They were all down the hill at the shop. So as we walked down the hill to the shop, you could hear Duggar, and the kids could hear Duggar, and the kids come out, Duggar's here. And Duggar was like, oh my God, the kids are here. And he was all down and wagging his tail and shaking it back. Oh my God, Duggar's here. It was the cutest thing you ever see. And I'm sitting here thinking about it. Yet there was the expression on their faces lit up, and Duggar's face lit up, and so for 10 minutes, all of them were shaking their little heinies. They were all shaking their tails. They couldn't calm down. It was great. But so anyway, back to the topic, right? And so, what time is it? We got 20 minutes. I'm gonna have to see if I got something to put in my bowl, because I'm down to charcoal, and I'm probably going to be here at the next 20. And so I want to have something to actually have something to smoke. So, but in this cosmic reality now, Cliff and some other folks who are remote viewers, they've been seeing some catastrophes coming up of all different types, food shortages and things and stuff, and the economy and digital coin and this, and they're in their data sets, it's showing that there's going to be some heavy duty stuff come up. Okay. So in those heavy duty stuffs, there's going to be like, supposedly now, we'll see, not Cliff, but some of these other folks have talked about some of these things in the past, and they have yet to actually come to pass. Okay. So, but anyway, that there's going to be more, uh, stuff about space aliens and so forth, and ETs, and I can't think of the word right now. They're going to, what is it? They're going to let us all know about it. They're going to tell everybody anyway. What is the word? So, but anyway, I have believed in space aliens for a long time. I mean, let's go back to the 60s, then I believe in space aliens. So other people, they're like, ooh, they're still not sure and all this other stuff. I knew a long time ago that there were folks from other places and that somehow I might be, tied to them because of my waking up in the middle of the night and feeling like I had just come from someplace, and I'd be looking out the window and there would, I'd see the constellation of Pleiades out through my window, growing up in Tampa, and just stuff for me that I just knew something else was up. And then in about 68, there were a bunch of us in the neighborhood, and we were watching some kind of alien craft zooming overhead there, above Tampa. And we called, the TV radio stations and wanted to know if they could see anything on radar, because there was something that was zigzagging, in the sky above Tampa. And and we were told we're a bunch of crackpot kids, but we kept calling folks. Nothing was ever said, but all of us kids in the neighborhood, we saw it. And so from that time on, I'm like, I don't, they're going to lie to us. They ain't going to tell us the truth. If we did actually see, and we were all looking at each other as like, 12, 13, 14 years old. I think I was maybe at least 14 or 15 at the time. Yeah. And that we, and the younger kids were like, well, we seen it. Yeah, I saw that too. And look, there it goes again, zooming over here. And then watch, look. And so we could all see it. So, but this thing that, that nobody believed us, and we're just a bunch of crackpot kids, and so, but the reality of it, for those of us who saw it and we believe what we saw, because it wasn't a helicopter. Their helicopters flew all over Tampa back then and still do. That was one reason why I got out of there. And then I came here and a helicopter busted me. Ain't that weird? But anyway, so whatever the reality has been told to us, and then if we somehow find out differently that, wait a minute, you mean there were other people there that shot JFK? Yeah. It wasn't Oswald? No. You mean there were other people there who were, RFK Jr.? Well, if you listen to RFK Jr., RFK and then RFK. If you listen to RFK Jr., he has admitted, no, this other guy shot my father, and he is somewhere in the Bahamas or someplace where there is no extradition. And so, but wait a minute, most of us don't know that. We think Sirhan, yeah, but wait a minute, here's what really happened. Here's the autopsy report. Here's what happened with this person. And this is how that happened. And wait a minute. So here's another story that has that I've had to deal with my emotions. But Kennedy's, Martin Luther King, this person, that person. You mean who, they said that this person, they talk about, um, Admiral Byrd that went to the South Pole and supposedly went in and talked with the space aliens in there and so forth. Wait a minute. He got back from there and they shut him up. Forrestal, that they named an aircraft carrier. He they took him off the Armed Services Committee and World War II admiral, and they said he committed suicide, but they threw him out of a window of Bethesda Hospital there, you know, back in the day. Well, all of these things are fact, but folks think that he died. Well, he died mysteriously. Sure, somebody threw his ass out the window, but other people, oh, it was a shame about Admiral Byrd. It was a shame about, Admiral Forrestal. Oh, it was a shame about this person. Did you know that, this guy was poisoned? And did you know that guy was like this? And did you know that this? And hey, wait, the real truth, yes, they died. And yes, they died of some kind of overdose, but it was some kind of sodium pentothal or something that you can't get. It's some kind of, wait a minute, it's CIA shit. Well, all of it is like, somebody said it to me the other day, says, you know, if I have to say so on video, if I die mysteriously and they try to say that I committed suicide, no, I didn't, and I would say that same thing now, no, if somebody says, oh, Hawkeye, he was so depressed he committed, no, I didn't. Don't you believe that shit, So, but there are other people like that, and it's like, wait a minute, I'm going to say this, and there are other people who will like, he would not have done that, you know, and how do you put a shotgun up to your chest and pull the trigger? Shotguns are long, you're going to use your toe. You can't reach it with your thumb. I mean, and there are certain things like, this guy, killed himself with 2 shots to his head. What? There are things like that. So, and why am I on this death and killing thing? It's 111. Thank you, sweetie. I say that same thing now. Yeah, they got Forrestal out the damn window. Yes. And there have been other things too, B. And so, but, to the point though, there are those of us, I've known some of this stuff for a long time, you know, and have like, nah, I don't believe the narrative, But there are other people who are like, what? And they're just now coming upon this information. They've never heard this information before. I've known it for the last 30 years, since the 90s, kind of thing. And there are folks now who are just barely starting to hear some of this stuff. So they've got an emotional they've got an emotional set. I'm trying to figure out how to explain this. The set meaning that like a set up, okay? So, there are folks who, I cried when JFK got killed. I cried more because I was older and understood what it meant for RFK to get shot. And so I became emotional about certain other things. And oh, by the way, up the road about 100 miles from here is where the president, Miss Carter, lived. And I think they're going to lay her to rest tomorrow at 94 or 96. So Rosalind Carter, who was a very grand dame, and everybody around here and whoever met her, she was a grand woman, always polite. And, she was the first lady of the state of Georgia when Jimmy was president or was governor, and then she was our first lady, and she, her and whatever you might not like about Jimmy Carter, they traveled the world, building houses for people after he got out of being president. So how humbling is that? Well, she passed away the other day, and he's not long for this world either. But um, very interesting how the people in this area, who just north of Albany is where Americus is, in Plains, Georgia, and they've lived here for all their lives. So of course, people in this area have known them. I almost had a chance to bump into him one time at the Walmart Center in Americus. There was Secret Service and into the parking lot, and it was the Carters that wanted to go shopping at the Walmart, and I was so happened that I had to leave. I had an appointment. I was like, I want to see, I want to watch, I want to go look. But anyway, so almost met Jimmy Carter, or maybe it was Rosalind, but either way. 6 minutes. I have to start this in case it won't light at 20. Making an excuse, right? So let's bump this thing up now that I have given for the last hour and 31 minutes. You know what it would mean. So whatever it is so we have an emotion, about our children being born. That's an emotional set. Okay. That's how we felt. That's what we did, what we went through, whatever it is that went around our children, or maybe if we don't have children, it was our sister, brothers, somebody's child, anyway. So that's an emotional set. That's what I'm calling it. All right. So then when Kennedy was killed, all of the emotions that surrounded that is an emotional set. So then we move on and things happen. Then RFK gets killed. That is an emotional set. All right. Other things that happened, Vietnam War was going on at the time, and so that was an emotional set. People getting killed, people getting drafted, and the emotions that surrounded the Vietnam War during that period is in total an emotional set, right? So at my age, I've got a lot of emotional sets. They're like records in a way. And in a way, they are records because our emotions were recorded. How did I feel when RFK got killed? Well, we were all doing studies about, the 1968 election. And because I was in school and in high school and smarter, we had to do book reports on this stuff. And then, then all of a sudden, here's another Catholic, RFK, getting murdered, in front of everybody, and there goes the election and a Republican and all these other things. And then Watergate showed up. And then, so there are emotional sets, as I'm calling them. So there was the murder, then there was the after effects, then there was the emotional set from the elections. For me, anyway, a lot of other people, well, Humphrey, what would have happened if Humphrey had become president? Who knows? But it'd have been different than what happened with, Tricky Dicky. But so then later on, with the stuff that went on with Watergate. So now we've come out of RFK or JFK. We made it through MLK. We made it through RFK. Now we made it. Now we're having the Watergate affair, and now we're having, so there was all of these things happening back then, but each one of them in their own was their own data set, if you will. It was their own emotional set. So down through the years, these different events like 9/11, it's got its own emotional set. But what happened to Building 10? right? Is it time yet? Oh, we got 4 minutes. I'm going to pre-light this to get it started. So everybody has their own their own data set of emotions for these different events. So one of the things if you're on any kind of shamanistic journey, some kind of spiritual journey, what you learn or should learn is that how to put some of these certain data sets, these emotional sets, into some kind of cosmic thinking. Now that you have understood them, you have seen it, now that your thinking that has progressed, you reevaluate your emotional sets. So now that I'm 71 years old and it's been 60 years, I'm going back over how did I feel as an 11-year-old watching the JFK thing and remembering Jack Ruby and listening to some of the stuff here this last week. And I was just almost, it was kind of weird. I was like, couldn't get enough to listen about JFK stuff and Oswald stuff. And I learned a few things that I did not know after all these years, kind of thing. And it was like, oh, yeah, that's right. It couldn't have happened like that. Oh, yeah, I always wondered why there was a space in there and they said that blah, blah, blah. And wait a minute, like, Tippett, and why there were X amount of, and why, wait a minute. And, they tried to pass off Tippett's body for JFK's. And when they went to show Jackie and her brother, her brother-in-law, they opened up the casket and said, that's not him. She said, where's my husband? Because they tried to put somebody else and pass him off as being her husband. And she said, where is my husband's body? And RFK even said, where is my brother? And they were like, because they were trying to make some kind of switcheroo, to make it, to make their story look true. So yeah, that's in the record supposedly too. But anyway, so our emotional data sets, our emotional package, if you will. So, but when you find out a truth about this, or you find out that, wait a minute, that's not true. So your thinking has to be reevaluated, and also the emotional package that went with those thoughts. So now moving ahead, it's time. Here comes ET. All right. And it's bound to happen one of these days. But here comes ET. Wait a minute. What do you mean? Well, here comes ET. So then there's going to be the people who don't believe ET exists. So they've got their own data package. They've got their own core belief. And so their emotions are in this category, right? ET doesn't exist. It's just a bunch made up, and blah blah blah. Well, wait a minute. That movie we made, ET Phone Home. Well, that spaceship that was out there at Devil's Peak thingy. Yeah. Well, there have been incidents where that actually happened. What? You're kidding. You mean that was based on a real event? Yeah, well, kind of, sort of, yeah. And you mean we have talked with aliens and do they look like that little ET? Well, there are some, but holy shit. Well, what about this movie? Yeah, well, that alien one, where the guy looks like a thing, and he carries this thing. Well, there are really aliens like that. What? Yeah, and them ones that look like this, yeah. Well, yeah, what? And the ones that we've been talking about that, they're actually We've been portraying them in movies as devils. Yeah. Well, actually, those are some shadow beings from a galaxy far, far away, and they come to just mess with you. What? Yeah, and they're the Higgabalusses, such I can't pronounce them, and they're shadow beings, and they're responsible for most of the abductions on this planet. What? Yeah, and they look like devils. What? They look like demons. What? They got red eyes too. What? Ah, their emotional thing is gonna pop because the critical thinking ain't gonna be able to keep up with it. The cosmic understanding of no shit. These things really do exist. Now, for me, recently, Dante brought this up. There were 3 sections to it. You can see him on his channel, right? About these particular beings. Those might actually, hey, Miss Pearl. These things are quite real. Yep, I can't say 100% on all of them. Well, in my shaman journey, I've been kind of looking for them, right? For me, it's been like, if you really do exist, then show yourself. And there are times when I wished I had not said that shit. In fact, I don't say that anymore. I don't say things like that anymore. Like, if you're real, then show yourself. No, 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 no. I might not like what I see, you know? So I have kind of changed it to like, well, if you're out there, make your presence known, which is different than showing yourselves. Like, holy crap, oh no, I just shit out my liver. Is that my liver coming out my butt? Wow. you know. But anyway, so there are going to be a lot of people here, as per some of these data sets about future events, and that we're sort of in this future event because of something that happened here within the last week, or it might be 10 days now, that was on his radar that actually happened. So since this happened, meaning the data, what's happened in the data sets for Cliff High, this happened, this event happened. So now he's like, whoa, this happened. Whoops. Now that this has happened, it's very probable that some of these other things that showed up in my data sets with his little things that he sends off into the universe, that, oh my God, these things might be closer than I might have previously thought, where they might be 6 months down the line. They might only be 2 or 3 months down the line now. But because this event happened to this particular individual, that were sort of tied in an odd way to this individual, now this means that highly likely these other events that have been showing up are going to show up, so we'll see. And which is like, scratch your head and go, you know. So and knowing, not personally, but through the channels, knowing some of these individuals, and had heard Jason that had crashed his airplane, and he lives down in the Florida area, which is like, anyway, that ties me to the area in an odd way, only because I grew up there. But anyway, so it's like, so information coming in, right? So these folks have been doing, premonitions and remote viewing, and the data sets are showing something big. Some things big are coming our way. So one of them is ET and all the stuff around it. disclosure. Well, disclosure has been happening. It's been happening since, the first episode with the Enterprise, and disclosure has been happening for quite a long time. But recently, disclosure has really been on the ramp up. So, 60 to 70% of the population believe that that UFOs are real. But 30% of those 75% might actually understand what that means. Yeah, there are ETs flying around, but what kind of ETs? Well, I heard there might be grays or something, or I heard something about tall whites one time. Okay, but that's the 34 to 75% who have just heard something. So they don't know. They've not heard of Dante. They've not heard of the Alien Races book, Volume 1, or the fact that there were 70 some different alien races in Volume 1, and that Volume 2 is going to have as many or more, as Dante has said. So we'll see how many's in Book 2, but that there are all of these different alien races out there. They're not just ET in a flying saucer. They come from different places. And these different alien races and folks, they have different agendas. Some of them don't give a crap about us, and they actually don't want anything to do with us. They're just sort of here for a visit. And then there are the ones who are way too involved. They got their fingers in all kinds of stuff, government and people and things and wars and yep. So, but that not all of that 75% that think flying saucers are real understand that, you see. So maybe only half, and I'm saying maybe only a third of them folk, like 30% of them might go, yeah, there's ETs and there's these guys, and and some of them abduct people, and then there's the rest of them that go, well, I don't know about none of that, but me and my sister-in-law, we saw ET one time flying out in the back pasture, and we saw it, and it glowed, and it stopped, and it hovered, and we know that them things are real, but they don't know that anything's in it. They don't know from where or what or why or none of that. How about exposure? So right, so it would be the exposure of what these folks, if I'm picking up on Chloe at all, the exposure to the information. Me, I have sought it, and some of this information has come to me just from out of the blue. I still don't know how I found Dante, or maybe Dante found me or the channel, because of things that have happened with me and the fact that they copied one of the, one of the videos that I did and reprinted it on their channel. The fact that they know who I am, it ain't that I know who they are. They know who I am, for whatever that means, they know who I am. So the understanding of this, but there are folks who are like, well, who's Dante? And if I try to explain, they go, you're talking about space aliens. Yeah, but I'm talking about the Charistus. I'm talking about space angels, that folks who have been here for 20, 30,000 years, and actually have a base on Jupiter, and that they do this, and they've been trying to help mankind out, and that, and they go, oh, hogwash. Well, what about ancient aliens? Well, yeah, but the Charistus, and they had something to do with Christ and the Bible and what? And I've been, well, I don't believe that shit. Well, okay, but you might believe in ET, but you don't believe that they could be involved with anything having to do with Christ or maybe in painters. There's people that they could be involved with something else, or Cleopatra, or Cicero, or who is Cicero, and Nero, and this person, and maybe Plato, and Socrates, and going back even further. What? Yeah, these people have been coming here for a long time, and they're kind of space alien. What? But they're the good guys. What? So people who don't know none of this, okay, people who have had a hard time to finally admit that flying saucers are real, because there've been so many pictures put out by just regular folk. It ain't just on some weird channel. It's folks on YouTube going, wow, look out. There was the Phoenix Lights, there was all these other things where bunches of people have seen things. There are people who are probably seeing things right now as I'm chatting. And down in Mexico City, they're always seeing something going on. That book David mentioned has a type list of various aliens. You talking about the ARB book, Alien Races book? The first one does, and somewhere around on my computer or something, I've got it's right now it's a a PBR file, not PBR, but a PB, what? Anyway, a PDF file. Thank you very much. But there's a picture of some of them. A little picture, then a description as much as possible of some of these, alien types. And some of them are quite gruesome. Now, for those of you who have listened to Dante, and many years ago, he was talking about how that, when he was of a certain age, that they came and got him. They meaning the aliens, and put him in a car, and they were riding around, and they were like, hey, we want to show you who we are. And then all of a sudden, here was this manted being in the car that was like huge. And here he was like about to crap himself, and they're like, calm down, we're the good guys. And what, and you look like that. Yeah. And I can't think of their names now, but that they're actually the really, really, really good guys. They're sort of supervising the overall, alien invasion of other folks. And they're sort of like, wait a minute now, hang on, and the Charistus are just one of the groups that are trying to keep the really bad guys from showing up, blowing up the planet. And so here's this manted being, and I've been trying to, on the connecting consciousness, and I have been trying to remember his name, and he just sort of disappeared, and so did the channel. And anyway, his mother, the alien being, was a mantid. So I'm like, now, is Dante's mantid the same, not the same single mantid, but is Dante's mantid beings the same as from Connecting Continent, that I can't remember his name? Um, so, and that the mantids are the good guys, right? So, so now what? So there are those folks who say, well, I've seen an insect being and they're the bad guys. Are you sure? Or is it a bad guy who's trying to make you believe that the mantids or that alien races is actually the bad guys? So what about the folks who don't believe in any of this? They go, well, they think aliens are supposed to look like you and me, or like in the movies. But which movie? Which alien movie, right? So the alien movie that, the Resident Alien, is it, that was on TV? There were 2 seasons. That guy that he could change, uh, he, that's sort of like, that would be one of the ones that they look like him, and if somebody comes up that he can literally just change his shape, but he has to have like an outline. So he took and killed this cabin owner, right? Took his identity, and so he can change into him. So very humorous, but in a lot of ways very truthful. So it's like, so they are exposing the aliens to us in different humorous ways and so forth. And it's like it's very, very, very interesting on how they're pulling this off, right? So there are those people that's like, well, wait a minute, you mean that show is based on fact? Yeah, there are aliens who can change like that. No shit. Yeah, really. Well, I never thought about it. Well, aliens are just, folks like you and me, and this is how we're, so they have this emotional data set of what they had thought about it. But as they thought about it, their emotions have put together this is what it looks like kind of thing. So their emotions and their thoughts about it and whatever they're seeing, the total of it has become this set, this emotional set, right? As I'm calling it. So this emotional set now, you're going to bring in cosmic thinking. Cosmic thinking. And it's going to come to you in such a way that it's going to be hard for you not to believe it. And you're going to go, wait a minute, what about this? And then there's going to be this kind of proof. And then there's going to be, a spaceship that lands someplace and folks are going to get out and wave and, and then there's going to be some like, oh my God, I have to believe this now. So it's going to destroy this data set, this this emotional stuff that we have put together. It's going to get shattered. Oh, holy crap. Because I'm thinking about, folks like my Aunt Shirley, who's 86 years old, soon to have a birthday here in the next 2 weeks, I think, December the 7th. And so it's like, to try to explain some of this stuff to my Aunt Shirley, who's really not, I'm 71, she's 80, she's not that much older than me, really. But in her emotional thinking of stuff like aliens, it is, it's gonna, she is not gonna want to even think about it. What? There's an ET that looks like a grasshopper? What? What? There's ETs that look like no. She is not gonna want to think about it, and nor can she grasp it because she doesn't want to think about it. So the cosmic truth might come to her. Well, I'll just keep talking. It might come to her, but it might not mean nothing, where the cosmic information will come to my sister, and my sister will go, holy shit. And she'd be a little bit more likely to think about it because her and I have talked and she's younger and she's, now she might have just as much trouble understanding some of it as my Aunt Shirley that at 86. But because she's younger and has seen some movies and had talked about stuff, and I'm her brother, that she'd go, wow, Dave's mentioned something like this before. And, I don't know, this is really weird and I don't understand it, but so she's a different notch than my Aunt Shirley, who's just going to drive her. It's just bonkers. My sister's going to go, I don't know if I want to think about it. Well, maybe, that Dave's been telling me that aliens were real, and wow, and so if her subset of thinking an emotional thing is going to be easier for her to think about and digest, where my Aunt Shirley is just going to go, no, I don't believe none of this stuff, and that can't be true. And she might show enough, take it to her grave, but nah. Yeah, but there's a UFO right there. Don't care. Really? Maybe. So in these subsets of people, they're going to have these varying degrees of understanding. But the cosmic knowledge, the cosmic thoughts are going to come out to that's the truth. And so folks are going to go, bat crap cray cray. And it's going to be because of that in my opinion, and it's partially, I'm right about this emotional data set that they have put through, that they have put themselves through on any particular subject. They're going to have to sit and think about it. Wait a minute. You mean Joe Biden really did steal the election last time? Yeah. What? No, really? You mean Trump was right? Yeah. No shit. Yeah. Stole the election in Georgia. Yeah. Well, how do you know? I live here, and everybody's going, nah, he didn't lose. Nah, don't think so. But anyway, so, but for that truth to come out, there'd be people in Georgia and people across the nation going, what? No, no, they didn't stuff ballots in Atlanta and in Fulton County. No, they wouldn't do that sort of, wait a minute. You mean he actually won? Yeah. What? Yeah, and that Russian stuff, remember, they found out it was all a lie, paid for by Hitlery, that came out as being what? And there are folks who still haven't caught on to that one, right? And this Russian collusion thing was all a lie. What? Where is the public going? See, I told you so. Told you that was a lie. Told you they made that shit up. Didn't we all say that they made that shit up? Didn't we? Didn't we? But what? You don't remember none of that? Yeah, well, it doesn't matter now, does it? No. But do you remember that we told you so? Yeah, so what? But so people who have had an emotional, whatever it is, that data set for themselves. So they can't come back out of it. Otherwise, wait a minute. They lied to you for years about this shit, and you're not even just a little bit pissed. Well, I heard something about it. Well, while it was going on, you kept saying, well, Trump, he's all in, him and Putin are going to bed together, and there's this Russian collusion, and well, you were pissed off about it at the time. You had all your emotions over here that was all upset. Your panties were in what was in a bunch most of the time because of the Russian collusion. And now that the courts have been through it all and they found out that it was all a lie, aren't you at least disappointed? Aren't you just a least bit concerned? Well, so they made it up. Yeah, but they lost it. We lost an election. They made the story up and said that it was the truth. They even testified in court. They even got search warrants under the guise that it was true. So now all these people with this understanding that it was true, it's true, it's true, it's true, it's true, it's a lie. But it was true. It was a lie. No, but it was true. And still in their minds, even though after the fact it's a lie, they still can't get their thinking and their emotions out of the fact that for 3.5, 4 years, they lied to us about this Russian thing. Yes, they did. That's the truth. They lied and made it up. Do you understand what that means? I don't know. They lied to you. The press, Hitlery, and all, they lied to you. They made it up. Yeah. They still, there's a disconnect there. But that's the cosmic information. That's the cosmic truth. So in these things that are coming up, okay, these are just, I'm just throwing stuff out that, it's already happened and people have not been able to pick up on it. So ET's real, and there are hundreds, if not thousands of different races. Yeah. No shit. Yeah. Thousands of other races. Mm-hmm. Uh-oh. I'm having trouble with the Chinese and the Chinks, which Chinks are the Chinese, I'm having trouble with the Wops, which are the Italians, because Wop is what spaghetti sounds like when it hits the wall, Wop. There's the kikes and the kinks and the jinks and the jiggers and the boogers and the noogers and the Mexicans and Irish, them taters, because those were all kind of slurs back in the day. So, but now we all gonna have to get together, like Ronald Reagan said, because there's all these other alien races, and we're gonna have to learn how to, make up names and slurs for them. Of course, they might pull out their ray gun and zap your ass into oblivion, but so much for racism with the alien races. Oh, how's that gonna go over with some of these folks? Hey, KKK, come here. Yeah. You see that pointed hat you're wearing? Yeah. Did you know that there is an alien race that has a head like that? And they'd really like one of those caps that you wear, and they might just hang you from your gonads, just to watch you squirm. How would that be? But wait a minute, we're nonviolent. Really? Okay. So, but in this realm of reality, so there is the data set of emotions from what we've already been taught. I know I'm repeating myself. I'm trying to make sure I get it right. But that our thinking is going to have to go back over, Going to have to think about it again. Well, what do you mean? Well, you've got the information, which is thinking, but then you're going to have to unravel how your emotions feel about the old thing that ain't true no more, and then how you feel about the new information. And you're going to have to, dissimulate the information between the old information and how you felt to the new information and how do you feel, or have you formed an opinion yet, or what the fudge, I don't know how I feel. You mean there's the good guys that are floating around out there in these humongous space ships that are damn near the size of the moon, and that they're not ant people, but they're uh, they're they're like big crickets. They're wait a minute. They're insectoid. Holy shit! And they're the good guys. Wow. Well, so now I have to look at the old information. I'm doing this because right here is the edge of the phone, and I'm creating a data set that's like a a tower on a computer, that's like, there's information in there, and it's anyway. I'm looking for a video that covers what. But so anyway, so for people who haven't formulated an emotional data set on a particular subject, they just don't know about it. It's just new to them. Like I was watching a commercial for some new musical groups, and half of them I didn't know, have never heard of them before. And I'm like, wow, I'm really out of touch. Really out of touch. Like, what? This person got a Grammy? Okay. And this person's been around since when? Oh, wow, I've really been out of touch. So it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. That's right. So, like for me, I've been studying ET stuff and stuff where other people are listening to popular music. Not that there's anything wrong with either or, but my focus has been over here and their focus has been over here. So, okie dokie. So I don't know who your artists are, and you don't know who I'm talking about with, alien races. Okay, that's fair. Our process of thinking is different. I don't have an issue with it. But guess what? Maybe I need to catch up with popular, groups. And you need to catch up with some of the alien groups, at least stop and think about, wait a minute. Well, I don't know if it's true or not. Well, but consider it. And then they can say, well, man, you need to listen to this group here. Why? Oh, because they're really great. Well, that's your opinion. I need to listen to them. I might not like the group. I might just say, well, okie dokie, I'm sorry. There are a lot of rap artists and so forth that I don't like. And there are a lot of people who do. I don't begrudge them for the fact that they like that kind of music. Not a bit. But don't get on to me because I don't like that music, nor the artist. Or maybe it's that I should say, I don't like the artist's music, not necessarily I don't like the artist. But with that said, will you hold on? And I got to let this dog out. He's going to break a window. Hang on. Go outside. Come on. Go outside. So, in this new understanding of things, my spirit guides have been, leaning me in a particular way. I don't know some of these current artists. Not that I don't want to, I just haven't. Okay. So, and creators had me on a different path. So, in understanding some of this stuff, and I'm trying to pass it along to y'all, is that there are going to be things coming up that is just going to blow some folks' mind. As Cliff calls them, normies. The normies are going to, some of these normies in different levels, like my aunt being 86, my sister being in her late 60s, my, other, so what have been their topics of learning over the years, well, my sister, she doesn't have a computer and she doesn't search for, she has difficulty knowing how to search. But you say, well, wait a minute, she's of our age and stuff. Don't, there are a lot of people who still don't know how to use a computer, they are still computer illiterate, and I love my sister, but she's not a highly literate person, you know. Just who she is. She's just not highly literate. She's like, David, I can't get a job doing certain things. I don't know how to do that stuff. I worked at Hardee's making biscuits, and I've worked, cleaning and doing these kinds of things. And I don't know how to do that kind of stuff. And I'm too old to go back to school. And, so she admits that her resources are limited, her personal resources. So, but in this realm of things, there are a lot of people that fit in her category. She's not stupid, but she could not run up, certain video programs or whatever. She has trouble turning them on, and she was having trouble doing online applications, for example, a couple of months ago. And she's like, why can't I go in and fill one out? And they're like, no, you got to go online and do it. Well, she doesn't have the capability, but she doesn't have a computer. So I was like, well, go by the library. They'll show you how to, go to that website or whatever and how to get on, and how depending on the library, they might even help you to fill out, the information. And because you're old, they have programs for seniors, So check around for the programs or whatever to have somebody to teach you these things. So she's my sister. I love her, and she's not stupid, but she doesn't know about that. Well, she doesn't know about aliens. She doesn't know about some other things because in her mindset, in her emotional set, it's not there, right? Where there are some people who know that I know what an alien is. I know what a reptoid is. I know what, David Icke talked. But that's about as far as that goes, So they've watched Ancient Aliens, and there are aliens, but they don't show what kind. Well, there's a picture on a wall of an alien, and there's a carving of an alien, and there's a thing, and that's an ancient alien. But what if one looked like this, or what if one looked like that, or like the Hopi? What if one of them was an ant person? What if one of them was that literally looked like a wolf, for example, or a, a tall white that's, 7.5 foot tall with very white skin and very blonde hair and very blue eyes, and, and, you know, what you call it, the tall white alien. I can't think of his name right now. Uh, oh, the tall white alien. Oh man. Anyway, so he's German, the tall white alien. There are two cats out there going round about it, and Duggar's out there. At least he ain't in here barking. So, but anyway. So, but what does this mean in the grand scheme of things, Dave? You say, come on, Dave. I've been listening to you on and off here. What the hell are you trying to get at? Well, what you need to do, I say you need to do, you should do, you should toss this around in your mental acuity thingy and go, they're trying to bring out this alien thing. That's the truth. There are people taking pictures of them. The Navy's talking about them. The different folks in different categories are talking about. It's not just crazy people and conspiracy theorists. A lot of folks are talking about spaceships and UFOs. In fact, Hillary even changed the name. They're not UFOs anymore. They're UABs or something. Unidentified aerial phenomenon, UAPs. But anyway, but to the point, they're trying to rebrand it, right? But they're talking about it, you see. And for some reason, that UFOs are this, and this UAP thingy or whatever is something new. Now there are orbs that they're talking about. Now there are, triangular ships that they're talking about. And there are a lot of folks who have heard about it, but don't know what it means or what it's associated with. So each of these folks have their own emotional data set about what they understand. So, what if and when the truth comes out all around? Yes, aliens are real. Yes, they come from outer space. Yes, some of them are this. Yes, some of them are tall whites. Yes, some of them are the grays. Yes, some of them are these. Yes, some of them are. Well, wait a minute. So first you had to get me to believe in aliens. Now you got to get me to believe in tall whites and grays and these ones and that ones, and these are the good guys and these are the bad guys. Uh-oh. So wait, hang on. Which are the good guys again? Oh, some bitch. And you mean we've been deceived? Yeah. So not only are they going to have to understand that it's real, now they're going to have to unpack the information on each of these different levels. So for folks like me, I'm going to go, yeah, those folks have been the bad guys for a while. Yeah, them folks. So for me, because I've been studying this since 1967, at least, when we saw, our own flying saucers in Tampa flying around overhead in the skyline. So for those of us, I don't know if my sister and them still remember it, but I clearly do. It was the beginning of my like, holy crap, look at that, zigzagging across the sky, you know, and nobody wanting to, and to, because I was one of the oldest of the group in our neighborhood, and it was summertime. We was outside, playing around or whatever, and so I'm the one that was old enough. It was like, well, let's call let's call the TV station and see if they've had anybody that called something in. Let's call the local radio station. Let's call and see if anybody's got it on radar. because radar was kind of new. Weather radar was new back then, and not anywhere near like what it is now. So, has anybody seen anything on radar? No. And we tried to get through to MacDill Air Force Base, and that just didn't work. Uh, but I would bet you that, MacDill was tracking them because we were watching them. But nothing in the newspaper the next day. Didn't hear anything about it. Nobody else said anything, but we didn't have the internet back then. But see it and watch it for, I mean, like 45 minutes kind of thing. Yeah, zigzagging all over, the skies of, Tampa back then. So, and then so over the years, I've just seen more stuff. So that just are like, well, I saw that back then. Well, are they really? Well, I don't know. Well, I've seen enough stuff since then, that it's like, yep, there they are again. Whoops, yep, there they are, down south of me, which, by the way, I haven't seen the one down south of me in a while. And I've been looking too, but the weather hasn't been very conducive. There one night I was like, man, there it is. And next minute I turned around and looked, and maybe it was there and maybe it just disappeared, or maybe it knew I was looking at it and hauled ass. But so what about these people who don't understand things like I do? And it's not like I understand it all. No, but I got a head start on a lot of stuff that a lot of of other people have just never even stopped to think about. You know, whether I'm right or wrong, it doesn't matter. In that, have you ever thought about some of the stuff I've talked about? Well, I don't know. Well, there are a bunch of aliens in this universe, and that's just in this galaxy, and there are a bunch of damn galaxies. So guess what? There are a whole new set of aliens in another galaxy. They don't all look the same. The horses in Tibet don't look like the same horses out west. They just don't. They're still horses. They're still related, but they don't look the same. They're taller, shorter, heavier, stockier, hairier. They're horses, but they don't look the same. Same thing with dogs. Well, they look similar, but they aren't the same, right? They're just like the people. They're just not quite the same, but similar. A little darker color, maybe a little whiter, maybe something. They got 6 toes. Who knows? But these folks are the same, but slightly different, right? Guess what? Aliens are like that too. But wait a minute. First, I have to unpack my emotions about this alien thing to begin with. Dave, I don't know if I believe it. Well, but there was one on NBC the other day. Yeah, but I still don't know if I'm good with it. Well, but it was on NBC and on Fox News. Tucker Carlson interviewed one of them. Remember? Yeah, but I'm still having to, because they have to unpack that emotional database that they set up. Hey, Katniss, how you doing? Hope all is well in your world. So the ET folks are going to present themselves, and however they do it, right? But then the people on all these different levels are going to have to unpack their emotions. How do I feel about this? Well, I want to kill that some bitch, because all these alien movies have been, get a gun and shoot them. First thing was shoot them down. They're that some bitch has entered our airspace. Shoot them down. Kill that motherfucking. Okay, so if that mofo lands and pulls out his ray gun and shoots your ass, it's fair game, right? So, but wait a minute, hang on, don't shoot me, bang. Wait, don't shoot me, bang. Don't shoot me, zap. I told you don't shoot me. So How's this going to work out? You know, so there are different people who have their emotional data sets. Should I kill them? Should I shoot them? Should I, don't touch them? They might give you a virus, and that's very true. Or you might give them one. They might not want to touch you. So, but the idea though that, wait a minute, so what is the protocol? Well, there's an alien over there. Yeah, but can I go over and talk with him, or should I stay over here? You know, should I put on a full, head shield with oxygen, or is it all right if I'll go over there and chat with them, chat them up a little bit. There's a good looking one right there. She's got big, are those boobs that, are sticking out, or are those something else from another planet? Do they nurse their youngins, or are those just for looks? I mean, there's a handsome dude over there too, but God Almighty, he's 6'8", and looks, holy crap, he looks like Arnold Schwarzenegger, minus the face, but never mind. That was bad. Sorry, Arnold. But but so this ET alien was, so everybody's going to have their own mindset, which involves their emotions very tightly, as to how they might look, think, whatever, because of their previous experience, because of whatever it is that gave them, that they came up with their own data set of feelings, emotions, and so forth. They're going to have to come to grips with them. Period. I'm going to have to come to grips with mine. Well, I thought they'd be taller, or damn, they're much taller than I thought, or they're not as ugly as I thought, or maybe, holy shit, they're uglier than I could have ever imagined them to be, and those are the good guys. Boy, that's going to take some getting used to, but to the point though, whatever mindsets we have, whatever our emotional sets, data sets have come to each of us, we're all going to have to deal with it. We're all going to have to unpack it. We're all going to have to go, And there are some people that are just going to ignore it. There are some people who are going to try to ignore it. There are going to be some folks that are going to they're going to be made to pay attention to what's going on. It's not something that they're just going to be able to ignore anymore, because from their job or people, something is going to be so important that they're going to have to learn. They're going to have to unpack their emotional data set. And what does that mean? In the long run, my friends, it's almost 20 after. In the long run, my friends, there's going to be some crazy people run around losing their mind. And in so doing, they're going to lose their emotions, because their thinking is going to be changed. They're going to have to think about it, most folks, on so many levels. Wait a minute, you mean JFK? Oh, wait, you mean Martin Luther King? You mean this? You mean that? You mean all the way down the line through at least our recent history, there are going to be truths that will come out, and there'll be proof. It'll be like pretty much unmistakable. And that folks are just going to shake their heads and go, no, I don't believe it. Yep. Sorry, but yeah, the conspiracy theorists were right about that. Conspiracy theorists were right about that. The news lied to you about this and this and this and this, pretty much everything, the Russian collusion thing, Trump and all, they lied about all that, but y'all didn't believe that. They lied about this, y'all didn't believe that. You believed the lie, but you didn't believe that it wasn't a lie. So what, y'all people are crazy. So people don't know what to believe. Even if the truth comes out, They don't know how to react because their initial emotions were put in a data set, you see. Oh, Trump did colluded with the Russians and it was all. So then the people got it in their data set and in their emotions. Guilty as charged. Russia was it. And no matter what happened all the years later and the fact that it was made up, they still had the original emotional data set, you see. But Trump is innocent. That was all a lie. Oh, well, I still say he was guilty. You know, they'll do things like that. I still say he was guilty. Really? Because they still have that emotional data set. So think about all the other things like earlier this evening when I was thinking about this topic. I was like, everything. They've lied about this and lied about that. They've made up stories about this and this and this and this. And over the years, they told us this was good for us and it ain't. They told us that was bad for us and it's actually good. You know, just, you know, stuff. And we're going to have to, each one of us is going to have to unpack how we felt about it at the time. How do I feel about it now? Well, they pissed me off. They lied to me about that. You mean I could have took this drug and not caught that vid thing? You know, that 19 whatever they were talking about? You mean I could have took that Mectin stuff and I wouldn't have what? You mean and to get the thingy was actually bad and that there are the mortality rate of people is way up across the world because of people who really, yeah, Dr. John Campbell, by the way, and he is still on YouTube and he has excellent reports regularly. Dr. John Campbell. I can't believe they still let him on YouTube and they pulled 5 of my videos, but it's okay. You know, better mind go than him. But Dr. John Campbell, if you want to know about the, you know, the too many deaths going on and why, yeah, Dr. John Campbell. Okay, probably get will probably get kicked because I mentioned his name. It's time. Closing up, my friends. So what do we do when this stuff when these truths start coming out? And you know, when NBC comes out and says, you know, that story we told you about such and such, yeah, we lied. What? Yeah, remember that story and here's clips? Remember when we told you this? Yeah, we lied. What? Yeah, you remember we had this story and here's a clip. Remember when we showed you this? Yeah, that was a lie too. You know, and you know, my bosses that hired me, they told me I was going to have to lie. And I accepted this multi-million dollar job anyway. And I get paid to lie to you people that watch MSNBC every day. I have lied to you for 20 years and I am a liar. I'm a known liar and I probably should be prosecuted for telling some of these lies and perpetuating these lies. I probably should be put in jail. Now, when that happens, which I can't wait, when that happens, there are going to be people that are going to go, what? And then they're going to pick the person up and they're going to walk them out and they're going to go to jail, you know, because they just admitted, and yes, they have lied, and yes, there has been collusion, and yes, there has been, you know, they have been trying to, you know, literally, you know, subvert, you know, the the narrative of people have lied about the truth, and now they have suckered people into, all kinds of, nasty things, and, and had committed just all kinds of stuff. And you go, well, now you have to unbelieve these people. You have to unbelieve these truths that they just admitted that they lied to you. And you got to go, what? You lied to me about that? Yeah. And you lied to me about that? Yep. Son of a bitch. Yeah. This lie here? Yeah. It never happened. Really? Yeah. You mean like the Russiagate thing? He never pissed on a bed. There were never hookers. There was never any of that. Right. All of that was a lie? Yes. Bought and paid for by the Hitlery campaign. Really? Yep. No shit? Yep. It's the truth? Yep. It's public information? Yep. But they never told you that they didn't, they didn't come back in and go, that story we told about Hitlery? Yeah, well, we lied. And by the way, she's coming on the show next week. Going to talk about her new book. Really? Did any of them folks ask her, why did you lie about the Russiagate? Why did you make up stories about President Trump? Or he wasn't president at the time, but why did you make up all these stories that he had peed on the bed and all these other stuff when all of it, what this Russia collusion thing was all a lie perpetrated by you and your, your constituents on your side? How come that, but Hillary comes on and just keeps, talking bad about Trump and how this, that, and the other thing. But she has never admitted to lying about any of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? So people still don't know that she lied and that her campaign lied and that all this collusion and all of this stuff, it was a lie, a big giant showing up. Not like just fudging on a test or something. Like she lied. They had congressional hearings. They spent millions of dollars looking for the truth. And you know the truth all along. You lied. On so many levels, she lied. But she still comes on MSNBC. She still goes on The View and other talk shows because they still believe, what she said, even though she lied. She lied, and they found out that she lied, but they still let her on. They still let her talk like nothing ever happened. And she still, berates Donald Trump when she was the one and still is the one who's creating the lies and deception. What? Oh, but Trump's the bad guy. Really? If when the realization to people hits them that, wait a minute, she really lied about these things? Yeah. She's lying about these other things? Yeah. And you mean they're still letting her on TV like nothing ever happened? Yep. No shit. Yeah. Watch. But wait a minute. I thought that, watch. So every time they put her on television to talk about whatever it is she's going to talk about, she's going to be lying because she's lied about all these other things for all these many years. You can't trust a woman. You can't trust the people who are interviewing her because they've been lying too. So here are all these liesters. Here are all these people who've been covering up and making stuff up. And you're going to sit here and watch this program and believe any of it? At the end of this program, are you going to go, they're a bunch of lying POSs? Or are you going to go, oh my God, I didn't know that. I still hate Trump. Hillary, she's the best. She's every woman, she's the, what? What? She's the Mary Steinem and she's the one, and all women should look up to Hillary and all. What? 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 When she's created all these egregious sins, when she is actually, when you go back to Egypt and the thing and what they did to Gaddafi when they bombed him, and they literally murdered. She ordered people to get murdered. Okay. But what? Much love, guys. Who's that? All y'all. So, but anyway, but at some point when the news, this is supposed to happen, the full disclosure is not just going to be about aliens. Okay. Full disclosure is going to be that, like, Hunter Biden's actually going to get thrown in jail. That his daddy, who was instigated and part of the deal, is going to at least go to an old folks home. And that things will get righted, that the truth will really come out. We'll see. But, the ET thing will snowball. If that's the one that's showing up most in the data points, that ET thing, and people are going to have to think that when ET starts telling them the truth about some stuff, and when folks like NBC are going to be going, they're going to have to backtrack. They're going to be showing stuff, and it's like, no, sorry, but you lied about this. Now aliens are going to be like holding a gun to them, like, tell them the truth. Come on, tell them the truth. You lied about this. Now tell. Okay. All right. Well, we told this story about, building 10, and actually we blew it up. Well, we always wondered what happened to building 10 and why we knew why the two towers fell, but building 10, it was just sort of like, imploded on itself. Yeah. Well, we kind of did that. We did that, what? Yeah, we kind of did that. What? When the truth comes out, and that when ET's holding a gun to him, you're going to tell him the truth. You're going to tell them the truth, and you're going to tell them the truth, and you're going to bring out the Warren report, and you're going to tell them the truth about JFK. You're going to tell them the truth about this. You're going to tell them the truth about that. You're going to tell them, what? Yeah, we're going to tell you the truth. But people are going to have to unpack their emotions from what they've understood about the truth. Well, that can't be true, but it is. And all this time I thought it was a lie. Yeah. I'm going to have to think about that. I mean, I'm going to have to think about that. And like for me, honestly, right now is me, Hawkeye Two Feathers, talking to y'all. I'm going to have to think about this subject myself. Like, how would I feel if they told me that this was actually the truth? And that's something that I have come to believe as being the truth all this time is actually false. I've had that happen in my lifetime, in my shaman's journey and so forth. But that I stop and I go, but wait a minute. That ain't true. I've learned myself that what they have told me about such and such and such, that's not true. And there are things about God and spirituality, and like, for example, one of the things that has come up recently is that, do you worship anything? If you do, you should stop and think about it. Well, I worship Jesus. Well, stop it. Adore him or her. People have asked me, don't you worship Mother Mary? No, I don't. But I adore her and I respect her. But no, I don't worship anything. The Great Spirit, don't worship. Nope. But I have the highest respect and the highest regards but worship? No, I don't. Do I pray to the Great Spirit? Yeah, I send prayers to the universe. Do I ask, Mother Mary, do I pray? Yes. Do I worship anybody, any entity, anything? No. And I realize I don't have to worship anything to feel filled with the Holy Spirit. I don't have to worship the God of the Christians in any way to feel the presence of the Holy Spirit. Well, wait a minute, but don't you got to worship God to feel the Holy Spirit? No, you don't. At least that's what I found out for myself. And there are other people who believe the same way. You don't have to worship anything. But I am a believer, and I do send prayers out to the universe all the time. But I don't worship any entities. And the 10 Commandments, I believe in one, the law of one. Because the law of one, in my humble opinion, covers more than the 10 Commandments. What? Yeah, the law of one, in my humble opinion, is more effective than 10 of those commandments. There is some suggestion that when Moses came down off the mountain, that there was more than 10 commandments. And that he came down the mountain and saw them all, dancing and partying around this, this statue of this golden bull, and that he broke the tablets. Well, that Moses went back up the hill and said, hey, I dropped the tablets, broke them. Well, will you make me a new set? And God said, no. Write what you can remember. So that actually there was 20 and Moses could only remember 10. Wait a minute, what? Well, there was 15 commandments, but he dropped the damn tablet and could only remember 10 of them. Some bitch. What if that really is true? People say, you mean there was 15 commandments and he, honest to God, dropped a set of tablets and there was only 10 left? Yeah. What the fudge am I? What? Cognitive dissonance. Absolutely. So there are so many things. So I'm trying to warn people as they are trying to warn people. There's some heavy duty stuff coming up. They are big events. Hopefully not nuclear bomb events. They would be nuclear in that they will make people's heads explode. But so Cliff High and his other friends and folk, and I've been listening to Cliff for a good many years now. And I've been listening to some other folk, but they have all disappeared within this last year. These other folks that I've been listening to for quite a while have just I went in the hospital, had a heart attack, come out, and it was like, where'd all these people go? I don't know. They're gone. And they might be on Rumble or some other platform, but they ain't on where I had, shortcuts to them anymore. So that's like, but somebody like Cliff's still around, and there are a couple of other people that are still around. And I look at myself and go, you know what? I'm still around, you know, and the fact that maybe it's the fact that there are some of these channels that aren't here anymore, and that the fact that I am still here and that I've been, I thank you, YouTube, that I've been on on YouTube now for like 3 or 4 or 5 years, and I've got a bunch of videos, over the years, and you all have come and sat with me many times, and we've had conversations, and but it might be that, wait a minute, am I getting too close to some of this stuff? Yeah, Bob. Oh, we need to say hi to Bob. I think it was Bob's cousin that did the Sure Enough AI thing, because that was just weird. you know 4 videos, 3 videos like within a day, and then it was a couple days later for the fourth one. And I'd had one deleted, strike against me back a couple of months ago. It might be a year now, but it's been a while. So and I have tried not to talk about certain things because I don't want. I appreciate the fact that I can be here and have chats, but the fact that they have deleted videos because I talked about something about health that did not fit their guidelines. Is it me, or are they just picking on me? Is it AI, or is Bob pissed at me, or but anyway, here we are with this. So, but they whatever their data sets are, whatever Cliff's data sets are, and some of them have come true, and over the years of listening to him, and it's not his personal opinion, but he sends out all these little bots, and they come back and give him this information. Agreed. Perspectives are essential. Yeah. I mean, because B. Freeman, how things affect me personally are not going to be the same way they affect you, because we're just different people, and there are folks like me that still ain't going to take it the same way I would take it, because my understanding of things is on a different level, my thought process and how I have created my data sets of emotions to the thoughts. So other people are going to freak out, where I'm going to be, well, like, I thought about that, but okay, well, I've thought about that, but that's a new twist. I'll have to reconsider that one. But to some of these folks, they have never thought anywhere near along the lines of some of the things that I have topics and things that I have talked about, nor have they experienced some of the preternatural or supernatural events that have happened to me. And so it's like, so they couldn't understand how I feel about these things because they have never had an experience, and they have never had a supernatural experience. They've never had a ghost wake them up, which was about this time of year when our house burnt down. And so they've never had a ghost wake them up to say, get out of the house, it's on fire. There are some people maybe, but to the most, so they don't understand it. They've never seen it. They've never experienced. They don't know what that emotional thing is. Because the other day I was like, this is the anniversary of, when the ghost of Mr. Croft, woke me up. Thank you, Mr. Croft. Still, after all these 40 some odd years, I still thank you, that spirit, for waking my butt up. So, but does anybody else understand it? No. Does anybody else even, grasp it? Whatever. There are people who understand about ghosts and things, but do they understand my personal experience? No. So therefore, they don't understand my personal data set, which is my emotions, my thinking, because it happened to me and blah, blah, blah. So they don't get it. And it's okay. But at the same time, all I can do is explain it, whether or not somebody believes me or not. And that, the house burned down, and so did eventually the tobacco, the hay barn in the back did too, but later on. But, so the fact that I'm still alive, the fact that Bobby Jean is still alive, and that, her mother's still alive, and the fact that we got out, that's proof, and the house did burn down, so, and there was proof from the person who owned the house that stated that the reason they couldn't keep the house rented while I was in prison was because they said that the house was haunted, and they moved out. And when I got back from Florida, lo and behold, the house became available again. And I went back to sitting on the post porch with the ghost, you know. But anyway. So the circumstances of the event, so it's like, so my landlord knew that there were ghosts in the house. He knew the place was haunted. And he knew that I was the only one that had lived. I lived in the house for like 3.5 years before I got put in prison. And then when I got out of prison and the house was available again, I lived in it until the house burned down, which was like 9 months ish kind of thing. So, but anyway, so I knew the house was haunted, but I chose to live there anyway. And me and the ghost got along. So, but this understanding, well, most people never seen a ghost. Most people wouldn't believe in a ghost. Most people, so, but so for me, if somebody says, well, that, did you know that there are some ghosts that are actually real? I'd go, okay. And other people would go, yeah, that shit ain't real. And I would go, but yeah, it is. A ghost woke me up to save me from the house fire. Ghosts ain't real, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so there it is. Yes, I believe because I experienced. To the non believer, hey, Miss Sheila. Oh, thank you for my dinner the other day. Yummy, yum, yum, yum. And I did share some with Duggar and the kitty cats. Everybody got a little bit of some of it. So, but anyway, thank you, Miss Sheila. So, and one of the things of understanding, so, there are folks who are just, ghosts don't exist under any circumstances. The story that I told was just my imagination somehow when I know better. And when there are other people who swore that the house was haunted before it burned down, and so all of the things that built up to it before and after, and the events and so forth, yes, I believe in ghosts. Do I believe in ghosts over here or that, or do I believe that a ghost, intervened with something with another person? I can't say that. I can say that I believe in ghosts because of what I've seen and experienced. And all I can say is that there is this person who is relating a story like I'm relating the story of our house being burnt down. I'm relating the story. Now, whether or not you believe me, that's up to you. But so whether or not I believe somebody else's story, you see what I'm saying? So someone else is telling me their story about ghosts. And there have been times when a chill went up my spine and I went, yeah, I believe you. And there have been times when somebody told me a story and I was like nonchalant, like, okay, I'm not going to disbelieve you, but something in the story just doesn't jive or something, or maybe how they told it. And there are sometimes when people want to embellish on the story. No, just tell the damn thing. Just tell it like it is. Like I have not embellished on my story of Mr. Croft. If anything, I've left stuff out over the years. But it depends on how much detail I feel is necessary to the audience, I guess, who I'm talking to. But, the fact that he shook my foot, the fact that he wore, a flannel shirt, the fact that he had on you know, a handkerchief around his neck, like the fact that he was wearing bib overalls, the train conductor type, he had a train conductor kind of hat on, and but it might be, it might have been a blue shirt, it might have been a red shirt, you know. Well, but you changed your story. Well, there had been some times where, was it blue or was it red? Because I've got a red shirt that's a favorite of mine. So am I seeing his flannel shirt with my color, or did he actually have on a blue shirt? No, but he looked like he had a shirt on. So, but was it blue versus red? Well, I don't know. And in my mind and telling the story, I'm kind of stuck with red, but it might have been a blue shirt for all intents and purposes. But does that really change the story because the color of his flannel shirt, you know? Well, you said it was blue. Well, okay. And it's been 42 years now, you know. But okay, I got to go let the dog in. Okay. And what time is it? Oh, it's almost 4 o'clock. Well, listen, my dear friends, it has been great. But so the things that are coming up, and I don't know exactly what, but I have gotten the same kind of feeling. We got some big things coming up. There's going to be some folks that are going to have to understand some things. And there are folks who are just going to be, there are folks freaking out about stuff now. So, there are still folks, like I said, that believe that the earth is flat. God bless y'all. And then there are still people who, like I said a little bit ago, who believe that that the limousine that JFK was in was only a two-seater, not a three-seater, and that John Connolly was somehow somewhere else. And I mean, and that the Zapruder film proves it. And oh my God. And these people are like, no, this is real. And you're a freaking liar, Dave. You don't know what you're talking about. And I said, no, Kennedy's limousine had 3 seats. No, it's only 2. Watch this video and blah, blah, blah. And you'll know. And they've lied to you. And I was like, they've been lying to you, dude. And these people are like in their 40s, and no, there was only 2 seats, and front seat, back seat. Okay. All right. Go back and just look at the newsreels, look at the pictures, okay, calm down. No, there's a Zapruder, blah, blah. So there are folks of that ilk. Their data sets believe this. Their thinking believes it, and so does their emotions down to their core. So I know for myself, when the Creator has shown me stuff down to my core of things that I thought I understood and believed in, and then just literally took a dump and said, holy shit, what? There's been things that Dante has said on his channel that I've went, what? Are you kidding? But because of other things that I know and have experienced that he has talked about, I'm like, well, he said this thing over here, and I believe that because of my own previous experience. I believe that right there. I don't have a bit of problem. There's 10%. I'm like, okay. But that over there is just like, that's way. But because I believe this, about what he said and how much I personally believe in it, I'm going to take a chance and believe that too. And until proven otherwise, I'm going to believe that right there. So, okie dokie, you know. So, but are there things coming up? Yeah. How do we deal with them? We're going to have to unpack our emotions. And at the same time, we're going to have to keep our emotions from going nuts. Well, we've learned that this is false. Yes. So don't go crazy. It's false. Now just sit down and whether you smoke or not, grab a smoke anyway and smoke one, you know. Equanimity, is that what you're trying? That I think I'm thinking similar. but to the point of whatever the subject is, and whoever is going to tell us that they've been lying to us, there are going to be those people who are going to have to deal with their emotional baggage on the subject, whether it be a little bit of emotional baggage or whether it's going to be a truckload of it. So, for those of us who are here now and having conversation, and it was told a couple of years ago, and it was told to me by White Dove and Mother Mary, that the reason I'm here is to help people understand some of this and be an interpreter, if you will. And I guess that's what I'm doing right now, is I'm an interpreter. So why am I still here? To help people to stay calm and to be like, well, you know, aliens existed. Yeah, they do. All right, Martha's over. I see you over there in the corner. Sit down. You're starting to pull your hair out and chew on it. No, stop that. Hey, Herb, I see you back over there chewing your fingernails and down to the nub and your fingers are bloody. Stop that now. Just calm down, you know. So my part of my official duty here as a shaman in training is to learn my shaman stuff. But in the meantime, as some of these other things unfold, to help folks to try to calm down. Steadfastedness. Would it be fastenedness? I don't know. Remaining calm no matter what is swirling around us. Yeah. I remember the time when I was drowning. I was cold and freezing and too many clothes, and the current was taking me down quickly. I mean, like, choom, literally that fast. Did you see that? Choom, that fast. I was underwater and going to the bottom. Watch again. Choom, it was that fast. And I'm not joking. It was that fast because the water and the weight and everything, choom, that fast. So 1 minute you're having fun and laughing, and the next minute you're drowning and dying. you know. So you've got to get into this. You've got to panic enough in weird situations like that. You don't have time to think about it. You've got to react. You've got to panic to the point of, I better start swimming. I better find the surface. I better, oh my God, I better calm down, but I need to paddle and kick. I need to, get my act. I need to do this quick or I'm fixing to drown here, Oh my God, but there is a panic mode where I think there are some people who would just struggle. I was like, kick, kick, swim, swim, kick, kick. I knew what to do, but there was panic. Get out of here, kick harder, swim faster, you know, how did I get down here? Oh my God, there goes my life flashing in front of me. That was a short movie, you know, holy crap. But so, having been in a situation like that myself, where I hope most folks don't ever have that, you know, until it's necessary at the end. But um, if someone else has not ever had an experience like that, then they would not understand a discussion about some a subject like that. You see, they'd go, "Well, Dave, that's really interesting that you had a near-death drowning experience, but I've never been in something like that." And well, it's interesting to hear your story, but I don't have anything to like judge whether or not I believe you or what you saw or felt or whatever, because I've never been in that situation. Then there are other people who've been in a possibly similar situation in that they were, drowning or have had at least had the feeling that they were drowning, which is close, and that's valid. But those folks then have a sort of empathy towards what you've been through. Now, what's this got to do with the price of tea in China, talking about this subject here? Well, it's because people who have had similar, like for me, I was pedophiled by priests. So there are going to be folks out there, when I talk about the Catholics, and it was Catholic priests, several of them, not at the same time, thank goodness, but several of them at different points of time. So, but the idea is like, well, wait a minute now. So there are Catholics who just don't believe me, you know, and there are folks who was in my class at high school that didn't believe that a certain priest was gay, you know, and they had a hard time believing that, Father Balthazar, got picked up for soliciting a a toy boy on Kennedy Boulevard there in Tampa. And he was a Monsignor at the time when that happened, but he was one of our teachers at Tampa Catholic. So, it was like, wait a minute now. And he was a pastor of a small church out where my grandfather lived, and there are all these things, but people said, well, wait a minute, he was the pastor of our church. You mean he tried to diddle you, Dave? Yep, several times. And he'd throw me up against the wall, and people in the class would say, why is Father Balthazar picking on you? Because he was a sadomasochist. Okay. And he would throw me up against it. He would get real up close to me, and you could just hear this in his voice. And he was literally getting off in the hall while he was throwing me up against the wall and getting on my shit. And so because he had the power over me and in front of everybody, and who was ever in that particular school building at the time at Tampa Catholic. Folks didn't believe that he was actually getting off on that, you know. And then later on, he was like, he was picked up for what? Soliciting a toy boy? Yep. As a Monsignor for Tampa Bay and the Diocese of St. Petersburg? Yeah. Oh, and he was, yep, he was doing it to me right in the hall in front of God and everybody, being forceful and doing and did he touched me in ways and like leaning up against me and breathing hard on me. So, but wait a minute, you watched him do it to me at Tampa Catholic, and you don't believe that he was that way? Okay, even though you witnessed it. Okay, you know. But I don't believe Father Balthazar could do something like that. Well, what about Father Larkin? Our religion teacher. What about this priest? What? but wait a minute now. But so for anybody who had not been diddled by a priest, or in any way like that, or someone approached them or something like that, and that, like in my case, that in religion class, Father Larkin was the teacher. So every day at religion class, he would get close and breathe on me. And instead of putting his hand on this shoulder, he'd put it on this shoulder and lean. And that's not normal because he didn't do it to anybody else in the class that I saw. And it always creeped me out. It just, religion class, Father Larkin, creepy. Religion class, Father Larkin. Well, what's wrong with you in religion class, Father Larkin? That was my trigger. So, but if no one else had been pedophile, if no one else had, so my discussion about these guys, these priest men, that is like, oh well, I'm sorry, Dave, but I'm sorry that you had to go through whatever, but they don't really know what it's like. Now, maybe men have come up to them while they were working as a, in a job and breathed on their neck, and they know what that creepiness feels like. I understand too. That's like why I could never be creepy because men did it to me. So it's like, no, I don't think I want to do that because it's creepy. Now I ask somebody, hey, can I get close to your neck? And if they say no, well then, but but to the point of it, um, Father Larkin, how he used to put his hand on this shoulder and put his head on this side of my, and lean in, sneaky. And he had a certain stench about his breath. That just, So, but if somebody else has not experienced that, they don't have a data set. All right. So when somebody talks about it to me, or the subject is about it, it triggers me because I have a data set of experience, thinking, so forth. Well, the church wouldn't lie about that sort of thing. Well, they did. So there are layers of this with the priesthood and the Catholics and so forth that other folks, when I talk about it, that some folks just like, well, I don't want to hear it. There he goes off talking about this shit again, right? Yeah, but it's serious. They still haven't put it to rest. There's still a bunch of questions unanswered, and they still gloss over it, you know. Nobody wants to talk about it, and even within a church. And it's like, well, that happened years ago. Yeah, but nobody's addressed it. Well, the Pope made a statement years ago, but there's been two popes since him. What about the current guy? Well, he's a little flaky himself, so we ain't gonna talk to him about it because he's just gonna go hee, and invite somebody else into his chambers. So, but with this said though, so that's a religiousness. My religion was based on these priests who were supposed to be that God's emissaries, right? And then they treated me the way they did. So my thinking, my holiness, my spiritualism changed because of that. So other people who asked me, well, Dave, well, how do you feel a particular way or something? Well, I feel this way because of the pedophile, because of the way I grew up in the church. I was an altar boy, and I read the gospel and almost every Sunday, in front of the whole congregation. And I did these things. I considered myself at that age to be a fairly holy person. I wanted to join the priesthood. But because of the pedophile and because of the other things, my data set changed. So when the truth comes out, hopefully, with all of these other things, the church really had a bunch of stuff. There were thousands of people who were boys and girls who were pedophile. There were thousands of people that disappeared. There were hundreds of thousands of people over the years. And when they started admitting some of these things, and when they started admitting, and even because Catholic Church knows who their pedophiles were. So when I want to see the name. I want to see a list of like war crimes on the church door. Yes, Eugene McCarthy was a big pansy pedophile at Most Holy Redeemer Church between the dates of this year and this year. And anyone who was pedophiled by Father Eugene McCarthy, contact this number, because I'd call him and go, I'm one. My brother was one. I know two other boys that had, he tried to get. Does that count? Can I turn in somebody else? So, but until they make those kinds of things available, until the church admits it, until these other people admit it, instead of trying to shove it under the carpet, so to speak, if there is a carpet, that, wait a minute, so then I can say, see, I told you. And it wasn't just me. It ain't about me, but it is. For somebody to believe that Father Eugene McCarthy at Most Holy did these things, and that he was one of the priests, and that he had other victims, and that they knew about it. So admit it. Put a list out there of the priests and say, listen, we admit it. And we're sorry like hell that we cover it up. But most of the people who covered up, because you're now 71, Mr. Dave, they're mostly dead. Most of them are dead. So we can't prosecute them. All we can do is say we're sorry. But yep, Eugene McCarthy, he was a pedophile. Yep, Father Larkin, so was he. Yep, this other guy was, and he got caught at it too, and was in the Tampa Tribune. Yep, we admit it. And oh yeah, that other guy too. Yep, he, yeah, those four priests, we know they were in sort of cahoots together. Yep, we know that. And we're sorry, Mr. Null. And there was other boys in the Tampa area that were abused and used by these same priests. Yep. So anybody that lived in the Tampa area or whatever and knew these priests, what is your story? Nobody's ever asked or said anything about it. We're coming up on a real 420, and I got some left in here. But I'm talking about, justice in a way. I mean, back even when I reported it and was talking, when I still lived down in Tampa, and when I went to Tampa regularly, I was talking with some folks, and I had finally come out, right? And there were some folks that just like, nah, I don't believe it. And I was like, I don't give a shit whether you believe it or not. This is what happened. There were other boys and also my brother who was like, yep, I know, because he got me too, right? So, so the people who were like, yeah, I can't believe it. No, not Father McCarthy, or no, not Father Lenahan. No, not Lenahan, but Larkin, not Father Larkin. Yeah. Wow, but he was so nice to me. You're a girl. He didn't like girls. Sorry. And for whatever reason, there were a lot of gays that liked me. They liked my ass. They liked the way I walked or something, because I was always getting picked, trying to get picked. Gay men were always trying to pick me up. Okay. So, just cute, I guess, for them. I don't know how I look now, but but anyway, so, but if you don't have a data set, well, I heard about that. I heard that there were priests like that. Did you ever meet one? Well, no, I don't guess so. Were you ever pedophiled by one? Well, no. Do you know anybody personally that has been pedophile by a priest? Well, no. So that person's data set of what they know or believe or whatever. But if the Catholic Church would have really come out and put a list of those priests, because once the parishioners found out about the priests, they were moved to another parish. So there's a record of these priests being moved around because the parishioners found out about them. Okay. So they knew why. Well, Father McCarthy was over here, and Father Lenahan was over here, and Father McCarthy, that queer sumbitch, was over here and over here and over here and over here. They knew. And somewhere, I bet you there's records, if they didn't burn them or something. But so to that point, though, you've never experienced it. You don't have anybody. You don't know what the data set is. So your data set of but if the truth came out and the church said, posted all these names, and somebody said, well, I was in Most Holy Redeemer, parish, and they went down the line and went, oh my God, these priests were actually pedophiles? And these are some of the David Null and David Fredericks and Daniel Null and blah, blah, blah. These were some of these victims. Well, I went to school with those two, and, I knew his brother. And what? You mean Father McCarthy diddled those boys as altar boys when I was going to school there? What? Then that changes their data set. You know what I'm saying? Other people go, I can't believe it. Father McCarthy, yep. And he'd been to this parish and then they moved him, yep. And then after you guys left, they moved him to another parish because nobody knew him and he could diddle a whole new parish full of little boys, yep. And he's not in jail? No. He died as a priest within the church? Yeah. Thank God that mofo's dead. Because if I was to see him now, I might want to kill that sumbitch, Thank God he's dead, And so there might be some other people who say, well, what? His name came up. His name's on the list of the pedophile priests. Yep. And these are some of his victims. Yep. I'd kill that sumbitch. Their data set, what they understand, what they believe, and how they believe it, right? We are growing beautifully. We don't say trees are getting older. We say they're growing. Let's adopt the same wording for us. Yeah, I'm growing old. Yep, I'm growing older every day. But anyway, so but with the future of things and these big things that come up, if it's true in the data sets, and I do have a tendency to believe that, there are some big things coming up. And but the disclosure is going on about a lot of different things, not just about ET. So there are things about batteries coming up. There are things, everything's going to be battery. But there's things on the side going, yeah, but you know how long one of them cars takes to charge up? There are not many cities that have charging stations. What if you get stuck out and whatever, and them some bitches catch on fire? Oh, but EVs, electric vehicles, this and that. Yeah, but the charge doesn't last near as long. And but if you go on vacation, you can't go there because there's no charging stations. And if you get stuck out in the middle of the wilderness, you're fucked. And did you know that? Oh, but EV this and EV that and blah blah blah. But the truth is coming out from mechanics and other people. And now, but but they want to tax you. You're buy an electric vehicle, but they're going to put a surcharge on the batteries that are in that vehicle because because you bought the car, you are now liable for the chemicals and the toxic waste that is in that vehicle as the batteries. You purchased the vehicle. Now, as the owner of that vehicle, anything that happens with those toxic wastes that are called your battery that you're driving around with daily over public grounds, and what if one of those battery leaks and presents a problem to the environment? Then we're going to sue your happy ass because you drive around with them EV batteries in your greenhouse car because Biden said so. Go ahead. Well, he ain't going to pay your tax. He ain't going to clean up the environment. He's just going to tell you to buy one and take away your gas from your automobile. Ooh, the truth is coming out. Two more minutes. And then I got to go get the dog in, and my battery's running out on my cell phone here. I love you all. Consider what I'm saying in that as things are being released, exposed, or disclosed, or whatever, and Joe Biden finally flashes himself to the world, we're going to go, wow, he really is a dumbass pedophile, Um, shame on me. Yep, 420. Thank you, Barry. I'm taking this up, and been 3 hours and 36 minutes that I've been here yakking. I love you guys, gals, and in betweeners. I love you too, Michelle and Barry and everybody. Freeman, yep. Love y'all. Chloe, if you're still around, and whoever else is hanging out in there. I love you guys. I do. So, but when these things come out, we can get together and vent about them and have a chat. Because, they might be freaking me the fudge out too, But of all the things that I've learned after all these 71 years, I have to keep throwing that in there. I have to keep throwing my age in there. But that to learn how to I can be panicking on the inside, like when I was in that drowning situation and got a paddle like hell. But my brain still had to go, no, don't panic because you will drown. Swim, kick your feet. And I went into, after about 3 or 4 seconds of showing up panic mode, my brain took over while I was underwater still and freezing and cold and being drugged to the bottom. And I was like, you know how to swim. Kick harder, swim harder. The surface is right up there. Go get it, And so, of course, there was panic right away. But then it's how long does the panic last? Does the panic last for a couple of seconds and then common sense kicks in? And so there are soldiers and people who, are trained in the art of, somebody's shooting at you. Yeah, but you don't freak out. You learn how to stay calm under fire. I've not learned that. I've not been under fire like that. I've had a gun at my head, could see the bullets in the revolver, and the hammer was pulled back, and I was this close. If he had pulled that trigger, I'd be dead. I could not be talking to you right now. At 4:20 here on the East Coast. Duggar's out there pounding on the door, wanting back in. But so when these changes come, have a minute or two of panic and go, son of a bitch, I can't believe this. and then sit down and calm down, you know, and go, wow, whoa, shit, whoa. Now, you know, um, there's like after an accident of getting hit, there is that moment of somebody just rear-ended my ass, and you're sitting in the car and you're going, and then you realize, well, I wonder if everything's okay. Is the car on fire? Is it smoking? And then you undo your seatbelt and you open up the car door if you can, and you get out and you survey the situation. You know, you don't be jumping up and, oh, I got hit, the car's. No, most folks will have that minute or two of panic right after an accident. And then if it isn't too bad, or it's a, you know, but it's enough to be concerned about, but nobody's dying. That you like, wow, and you get out of the car and you look around, you step back from the vehicle and you look and you talk with anybody around or the other vehicle or something, you know. So, but it's going to be like that. It's going to be like an accident. You know, there's going to be information that's going to come out that's going to be true, and folks are going to have that for a moment, and then some folks are going to sit down and not get back up because it's going to freak them out too bad. And then other folks like you and me, hopefully, that we're going to look at stuff and we're going to have that minute of son of a bitch, it's true. Or oh, son of a bitch, it's not true. It'll go either way, you know. But in that realization, like for me, my data set thought pack over here is going to go, wow, I seen that coming, or I had thought about that, or it, or damn, that's totally new. It could be any of the above, you know. So, but if it's something that I kind of sort of knew, or in a way was expecting it if it ever come out, that other folks would go, I didn't know there was, you know, more than one ET out there. You know, I just figured they look like us, you know. And then there are going to be other people that are going to say, well, there's only 10 or 11 because that's what the guy from Canada said, you know, not the prime minister, but you know, the guy up in Canada that discussed the ET, and he said there was 10 or 11 or 12 different races or something, you know. Then so they're going to go with that, and they're not going to know about Dante, you know, and that, you know, 79 or 80 or 100 different alien races, or, you know, or whatever. And that some of these alien races might actually be the devil. They act because they look like the guy, they act like the guy, and they take people, and, you know, and like, well, but he ain't the devil, he's an alien, honest to God. But that can't be true, but it is. Well, I don't have to believe you. Okay, don't. But there ain't no devil. It's this alien race that has been acting like the devil all these thousands of years. And they have fun doing it, you know. And what? Yeah, and they come from over here in the universe, you know. This is where where they came from, and these people know, these other aliens know about them, and they like to hitch a ride with other kinds of aliens. And oh yeah, thank you, Minister of Defense. Thank you, Michelle. Hellier, yeah. You're my fill-in person there, Michelle. Thank you so much. And I'm salute. But so there are those of us who are going to not necessarily be easy to convince. But if somebody says, yeah, you know, Hellier was right, but there's more, see. And there are going to be some people who go, well, I'm not sure if Hellier was right. But in my conversation, I'm going to say, oh, yeah, Hellier was right. But there was more than 11. He was only partially right because he didn't know there was more. That's all. But he was right that there were, he was right on with that. There are other alien races. And as far as he knew, there was 11. And we know more than that. And he didn't. That's all. So what about that? Well, he was right. Yeah. Well, that's first cognizant thing you have to deal with. Wait, Hellier was right? Yep. He was right? Yes. But he got the number wrong. What? Oh, yeah, there's 79 different races. What? Yeah, he just knew about 11 of them. What? Yeah. But he knew about the 11 major ones. But there are 79 different races plus. And some of them, some of them are very minor and they don't show up very often, and they don't really bother us. They just like to come by and wave at us, and they go off and don't come back for 30 years or something. But yeah, they do exist, and yes, they have been here. But some of them just come by to get to go to the beach, and they're gone. Seriously, they just come by to have a vacation and they leave. What? Yeah. But they still exist, and they have come to the earth, but they're not trying to do anything nefarious, and they don't really give a crap about us, but yes, they've been here. But, well, now these guys over here, they won't leave us the fudge alone. We're we want to kick their ass every time we see them sons of bitches, So then there are the ones who come and we know about and don't bother us. And then there are ones that are just pesters, Wait, we can't get rid of them. We wouldn't care about the other ones. They're nice and quiet, lay on the beach, have a, the tequila teeny thing and, and go on about their business. But those mofos, you get what I mean. So, but anyway, so to get that kind of information, Hellier was right. So that's got to think about that and digest that and what that means to me. We can talk to other people and what does it mean to you? Well, blah, 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 well, so we can share thoughts and but it ultimately ends up as my decision. What do I feel about this? Regardless of the information, what do I feel about this? So part of this big thing is going to be, well, I'm going to feel like this about it, which may not agree with other people. So now the question is going to be, well, you've got the information and you've made a decision with yourself, but you don't agree with me and you don't agree with them folk out there who pretty much agree with we pretty much agree on the same thing. But now you listen to our side of the story and you say, well, it could be possible. Yeah, but Hellier said, and then all these other people say, and we've got pictures, and I've had personal experiences along with these people over here. But you're just going to say, well, that's your opinion. And there's going to be folk like that. That with all the information that comes out, with all their friends and neighbors and whoever else has kind of sort of got proof, or they've got their own individual stories to relate that is related to that topic, there are going to be folks that go, well, I still don't. Because they've not had the experience. They've not had anything similar happen. So in their paradigm of understanding and their paradigm of thinking and their data point, set point thing, there's nothing to unpack because they don't believe it. In their realm, it doesn't exist or can't or won't or something. It doesn't relate to them in any way. Well, it's a good story. I saw a movie about it once, What about that? Well, you know, old Joe, he told me stories about things that he heard about, and I just figured they was a bunch of old wives' tales. Well, yeah, but what if they wasn't wives' tales? What if they was true? Well, but that old Joe just said they was wives' tales. So I still kind of believe that. So unless something changes this person's mind, then the story, however it is related, becomes a wives' tale, or it's just a story. And then, you know, depending on circumstances when what the story is, blah blah blah, then it gets forgotten, or it gets, it's relegated to, well, I think he made it up. Well, that's his side of it. Well, do you believe him? Well, I don't know. It could have happened that way. You know how people are. It could have happened that way. So, but anyway, but when some of this information comes out and there's a UFO sitting on the lawn kind of thing, and you go, well, do you believe in UFOs? Yeah, and there's one right over there. Now I really believe in UFOs. So it's like, well, wait a minute, what about this? Well, you know, um, for example, if you've never been to a drag strip before, and you've never seen a rail, a rail car, or a funny car. And if you've never seen one of them peel off, and the noise and the fire that comes out from the sides, from the exhaust pipes, if you've never experienced a drag race, I don't mean a couple of kids in the street, racing their cars, but I mean a real show enough drag strip drag race. And when them lights go off and them two vehicles peel off down the highway, and they get to the end before you can light a cigarette, when you go, wow, look at them some bitches go, and they're done, and you ain't lit your cigarette yet. And when you realize they did that in about 8 seconds, like count to 8 and they're there. you know Go ahead, get out your, and light your cigarette. So that's the symbol. But to experience the noise, the roar of the engines, the peeling of the rubber, the smell of the gas and the rubber, and the experience, the people, and the so if you've never been to a drag race, you don't know. So, but for somebody to talk about a drag race, I go, yeah, I saw that on TV. That was really cool. Now, have you ever been to one? Though? Have you ever gotten oil on your fingers, or have you ever been to one? You know, and really experienced it. Vehicle up there on the road at 4:30 in the morning. Must be Sheila getting her car started. But anyway, so someone who has been to a drag strip before is going to have a different data set point versus somebody who's watched a dragsters on television versus someone who's only heard about it but never seen one in any way, shape, or form. Well, I heard about dragsters, but I don't really know. Do you know what a rail car is? No. Do you know what a funny car is? No. So the person who has watched it will know a little bit, and they go, that rail, that's them long, thin ones, right, with the big tires. And yeah, the funny cars are the ones that, painted all up, and yep. And oh, okay. So they know a little bit. But the person who's been to the drag strip, who's been there and watched it and heard it and smelled it, their data set point of what is. So my point is, if somebody said, they're um, they're going to outlaw all drag strips in America. No longer will there be drag strips. Nowhere are you allowed to drag race. Period. all drag racing, professionally, otherwise, all the funny cars, all the trails, all the, no more drag racing. So the people who drag race and like to go are going to be really pissed. The people who've never been but saw it on TV are going to go, wow, well, that's a shame. And the people who didn't know about it and go, what, drag racing? They're outlawing it? Well, those big cars, they use a lot of gas and stuff, and people get hurt. It's a good thing they outlawing drag racing. So there's three examples of the same thing, three different possibilities, three different scenarios of people and their thinking and how they feel about it and how their emotions are. The people who are emotional about drag racing are going to want to shoot the people who don't give a shit. They're going to go, what? You don't care about this? Drag racing? Have you ever been? And they're going to go, no. Well, it's just a bunch of money and this and that. But why do you do it? You should come and So there is that sense though. So there's going to be things that are going to be opened up that people are going to have that feeling. They're not going to know about it. So it's going to be like folks who have never heard of drag racing or have never been or whatever, So they're going to be like, eh. And then there's going to be the folks with things that are being, brought out as the real truth. They're going to go, wow, I saw that on TV once. I thought they were kidding. You mean that's just real? Yep. And then there's going to be with us folks who love to go to drag races or racing. I'm not necessarily so much a dragster person, but I used to go to stock car races all the time and have raced myself back in the day. And, so there, to me, that topic is very, I love to watch racing, and NASCAR and things and stuff. And we'll watch drag racing because I've been there too. But one is more, Grand Prix or stock car racing is more, mine than watching a drag race. But anyway, but racing, so folks who just don't care, folks who've never been, folks like, yeah, you know, um, versus folks like me who really get into it or have really gotten into it. So the information that comes down, if you don't know about it, then there's going to be that reaction. Yeah. And then for folks like us who know about some of these things and the information gets dropped, we're going to go, see, we told you. See, what do you think about that? And they're going to be the in-between folks, and then they're going to be the other folks are going to be oblivious. But here's the thing this time around. The folks who are oblivious, I don't think they're going to be able to get away with it anymore. Why? Because it's going to be shoved right in their face and go, here's a UFO. And they're going to go, what? Believe it now? Holy shit. So they might not be able to understand it, but they're going to come out of that. They don't exist. Nah, I don't believe it. They're going to get woke up. So they're going to have a whole lot more unpacking of stuff, their emotions and feelings and thoughts and so forth. They're going to have to chew their cud a little bit longer than some other folk. So that's what I see coming at us. What is the result of this forward future, viewing thingy and what folks are seeing? Okay, you see it, but then what? So then what do you do with it? Well, you understand that it's coming. That's what you do. You be prepared in that respect. And so one of the things that you don't have to know which one and what's coming at you, what kind of information is fixing to get dumped, it doesn't matter. What matters is how we react. So our reaction is what matters. So, holy shit, there's some information coming. What are we going to do? We're going to hunker down, sit down, we're going to light a bowl and we're going to cogitate. We're going to go, ain't that interesting? Now, if it ain't life threatening, we're going to cogitate until we come up with a way to deal with whatever it is, or, you know, but are we going to overreact? Are we going to panic? Only if it's life threatening might we. But if it's just information and something we need to, then we should just sit down, cross the legs, have some iced tea or other tea or coffee or something, and sit down with friends and go, what do you think about this? And so that means hopefully in the future, we will all get together again. Same time, same bat channel, that you all will come back and we'll have conversations like this and discuss things that are being dropped and that people don't believe in or believe could ever happen, or that this is really the truth now and not some kind of made up story. Um, and so, you know, that means we'll all get together and share a bowl again, maybe. So I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings that are out there floating around in the universe. And I mean that with the utmost of you know, of stuff. It's floating around out there in the ether. And, it's you and me, and we all can learn how to do this. We have to have faith. Do we have to have faith in an entity that we must worship? No. Believe in the universe. Believe in the great creator. Believe in the great spirit. And believe in the universe, which is made up of folks like you and me. And I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of us will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. Because that's my job. I'm a shaman in training still. I'm still learning how to, finagle around some of this stuff. And in gratitude, like Chloe says, thank you to the universe. Always be thankful, and not just Thanksgiving Day period, that we've been discussing now for the last 2 weeks, but that we'd be grateful for the things that we have every day. And as my old age has come around, and being on limited income and so forth, you don't you can't I can't there's no place where I can work overtime if I need a little extra money. If I need a little extra money, I got to save up for it, or I got to sell something, or I got to figure something else out. Uh, but basically, it's easier if you save up a little bit and have some. So if you need $50, instead of wondering where you're going to get $50. So, but it takes a while to figure that out, and sometimes takes a while to figure out how can I manage my income? So there's always learning. And no matter how old I am, and I've been working since I was 13 years old, so wait a minute. So there's, even though I have made money and had money in my wallet, it doesn't mean I know how to manage that same money now. Sounds odd. But to the point though, the same thing is true though with learning how to deal with the spirituality of the universe. So there's new things, there's new stuff, there's new energies around us. So I continuously pray each and every day that each and every one of us, you and me, will continue how to learn how to accept and receive all the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in the universe. So Chloe and y'all, Katniss, anybody else that's hanging out. Barry's probably asleep, but I just want to say thank you, um, as always, for hanging out, um, and keep your thoughts alive, keep your spirits alive. Don't give up, even though it might look crappy, you know, because continue to pray, to accept and receive. That's the biggie, and if you believe it exists, then accepting and receiving shouldn't be no problem. So stay safe, my friends. My dog is going to disown me. I love you. And until next time, this video will be private until it sits out there in YouTube land. And then I have to go in and click a button and make it public. So for those of you who go, what happened to the video? It's a YouTube thing and mobile phones. So BF, it's good to see you. Yep, we are growing beautifully. Some folks are growing a little crooked. You know, I got some trees on the property that are like bent but they're still growing. So I love you all. Please be safe. And until next time, this is Hawkeye Two Feathers saying cheers and keep it between the ditches. Okie dokie.